I hope everyone is doing well today. We are going to go ahead and get started with our Committee of the Whole meeting for September the 11th, 2018. For the record, we do have a quorum. Since we are now operating with 11 trustees, a quorum is justified with 6. So let me pull up my board docs here. For the record also, we have no public speakers this morning for the session. So we will go into our agenda. Our first item of business in order is the consent calendar. Item 1.01, is there a motion?
Mr. Sailors, go ahead. Motion to approve the minutes.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the motion carries. So I tell you, since Mrs. Bush is just walking in the door, David, you want me to go and get this started while you get settled in? Okay. There are no appearance of visitors, as we stated earlier, so the next item of business in order is item 2.02, mental health services in Greenville County Schools. So Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. Good morning.
Good morning.
We are pleased to present to you this morning that Ms. Wells requests a presentation on mental health services provided to our students throughout the district. It directly relates to strategic plan goals. You'll see those listed in your board documents. More important, it is a vital service that we provide to our individual students that also helps to ensure the safety and security of our campuses, our students, our faculty, and our staff. The more that you read about the incidents of violence that occur throughout the nation, in the home, in the community, and unfortunately sometimes in the schools, one of the keys to preventing those sorts of things is to have adequate mental health services available for individuals who are having troubles and having issues. And we are most fortunate in Greenville County through partnerships with the mental health organizations in the county to have those services available to our students now at every school in the district. And so Mr. Rhodes is going to share with you an overview of those mental health services and how we support students with those services in partnership with mental health and how we have expanded those services. Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Dr. Royster. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy to present this information to you today. We have a partnership with Piedmont Mental Health and Greenville Mental Health that allows us to supply all of our schools with mental health services in our district. The need for school mental health is clear and obvious now more than ever. 1 in 7 children in the United States, ages 2 to 8, have a diagnosable mental, behavioral, or developmental disorder. 13% of children and adolescents aged 3 to 17 have a diagnosable mental disorder, and 6% of adolescents have a serious mental or behavioral health diagnosis. 6 to 15% of students need Tier 2 or Tier 3 level interventions for behavioral deficits. That's from our positive behavioral interventions and supports. The need for school mental health is shown in our prevalence of adverse childhood experiences in our country, as well as in Greenville County. About 2/3 of people in the United States and in South Carolina have experienced adverse childhood experiences. We do a lot of work in our schools with ACE training, and that shows itself very well with the services we provide through mental health. ACEs include physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, growing up in a home with substance abuse or mental illness present, growing up with an incarcerated parent, witnessing domestic violence, and growing up with parents who were divorced or separated. 95 schools and centers in our school district are covered by mental health services. We have extended our services through the last several years and grown this tremendously through our partnership. We are covering every school in our district. Our plans are to provide more and more comprehensive services for all of our students to receive this help. We have a multi-tiered systems of support model in our district that touches so many areas. And as an example, mental health services fits well into the Tier 3 intervention. Greenville County Schools uses an MTSS model that addresses mental health needs of all students. Greenville County school counselors provide education and support to all students on a Tier 1 level. So they still serve every student in an academic, social, emotional, and a career awareness type of approach. All students receive that service. Greenville County Schools counselors provide education and training and support to all students on a Tier 1 level. School mental health therapists provide individual interventions for students who need Tier 3 support. So as you see by the diagram, Tier 3 students are typically 1 to 5% of a population. And that's universal in most systems where we look at the need for Tier 3 intervention. So these professional staff, our mental health counselors, they participate in developing Tier 2 interventions for students who need small group supports. That's an example where they interface and collaborate and work continually with the school counselor, with teachers, with administration in helping meet the needs of all students. So we have academic and behavioral instruction, and you see Tier 1 is 100%, all students. Tier 2, smaller groups, 5 to 10%, and Tier 3, 1 to 5%. And again, it's important to note that these are in addition to the services we provide all students in our district. These are services that are needed for students who require additional service and support. School counseling is Tier 1, so career preparation through academic and career advisement, classroom core curriculum, where they cover social and emotional skill building, bullying prevention, safety and abuse prevention, suicide prevention, and character education. This is supporting social and emotional learning integration into our core curriculum, which school counselors deliver, and advocacy for mental health needs of all students. Tier 2, we're working in groups, smaller groups, study groups, grief and loss support, anger management, behavior management, parental divorce and separation, coping skills, those types of things. And those groups are formed based on needs as through assessments that are gathered through the data that we collect. Individual counseling is more acute support for students who need help managing emotions, need help with conflict resolution, or maybe brief therapeutic interventions. Referrals for students who need additional supports, advocacy for students who have specific needs. So then we're at Tier 3, that 1 to 5%, that tip of the diagram. These are students who need individual and more intense supports for mental health are referred to Greenville County Schools mental health counselors. School mental health programs are provided by therapists who are stationed on site in schools. So again, we're bringing the service, a critical service, to the students. Greenville County Schools partners with Greenville Mental Health Center and Piedmont Mental Health Center, both part of the South Carolina Department of Mental Health, and that's who we work with to provide these mental health programs. All Greenville County schools have access to mental health programs. Access to school mental health programs has exponentially increased since 1993. That was when our first school had mental health counselors in our district. Greenville provides more comprehensive mental health services than any other district in our state. That's clear, and that's documented. As far as we can tell, this is a leading program in our country. We cannot find another district in our nation that has the level of comprehensive services for students through mental health support stationed in our schools at the level that we provide. In addition to traditional school locations, We have services at child development centers, alternative schools, the Washington Center, Lifelong Learning. They all have access to school mental health services based on student needs. We continue to make sure that all students' mental health needs are met. Services for students who need Tier 3 supports are individualized and based on the needs of each student and his or her family. Services include individual therapy, family therapy, group therapy, crisis intervention, clinical assessments, psychosocial rehab services, behavior modification, family support, and psychiatric, medical, or nursing services. These services extend beyond the school many times, but they're connected, and sometimes they begin based on that school connection where that service is met. In addition to the clinical services and interventions, school mental health services or therapists offer support to school faculty and staff. They consult with administrators, teachers, and school professionals. They provide professional development and training, and they help with planning and support of Tier 1 interventions. Here's some data from our district, Greenville County Schools. From 2015 to 16, from Greenville Mental Health and Piedmont Mental Health to the total for our district, we've gone from 2,700 students being served 2 years ago to 3,380 students being served at the end of last year. What's more telling, and I think a celebration that these services are being met or being delivered for these needs that students have. In that same period of time, if you look at the total number of services provided by mental health therapists in our schools, they've gone from 40,160 student contacts to over 65,000. That's individuals getting services. For every one of those numbers, that's a service to a student meeting with a mental health counselor. And it makes us, it allows us to kind of reflect on what if those contacts weren't being delivered? What if students weren't having their services met at the school where basically there's no appointments being canceled, the family's not dealing with the stress of how do I get my child to the medical center, how do they schedule that, how do they transport? These services are provided 100% in the school. In 2017, 141 school administrator surveys were completed for Greenville Mental Health Center school counseling, school mental health programs. These services were completed by principals, assistant principals, and other professional staff at the school we serve. Happy to report that 100% of our administrators surveyed reported that they were satisfied with services provided through the school mental health program. The year before also showed 100% satisfaction with 136 surveys completed. In 2017, 580 surveys were completed by clients, students, and parents who received services in our school mental health programs. 91% reported being satisfied with the services they received in their school mental health program. In 2016, 331 surveys were completed, and 94% of clients, students, and parents surveyed reported satisfaction. And that concludes the formal presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Ms. Morrison-Fair?
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Mr. Rose, how are these students identified again? Can you go over that for me?
Sure. Some are self-identifying. Some are referred from teachers or school counselors. Some are referred from the home where you know, there's a need being presented, something that's not being met, and wherever that's identified, it's coming through the school through a variety of means. And that's one of the reasons why it's important to have that comprehensive service model, is that if someone is at the school working in concert with the school counselors, with the administration, with the teachers, they're constantly having conversations about students, about what is this behavior, what might be causing that. So it provides another expert in the building that can provide that specific level of service that meets that need.
And those services, is that a pull-out model, or do they have consistent classes on a weekly basis, or consulting on a weekly basis? What does that look like in the school?
Most of the services that are provided are individualized at the Tier 3 level. They're with a therapist and a student, but they do extend beyond that. They do groups. They provide, if you have a need that several students are having, the group intervention model is very effective. It also extends into the family. These services are not just, they don't end at school. The family is receiving some support. It's also worth mentioning that through the summer, by the way, Chris Haynes is I saw him in the audience, and we're happy to have him. He's with Greenville Mental Health, and we work very closely with our mental health centers. And through the summer, they are taking students on trips. They're doing group activities. They're going on field experiences. They're constantly working with these students. That's an example of how things extend beyond the school day. Through the work with the family, it provides more of a systemic approach to total student health, where if the family is healthy, the student is more likely to be healthy. So it does extend, but the discovery process could be from anywhere. And that's a good thing if people are talking about kids and you've got people there that they can go to. So it's constantly reported to me that teachers, counselors, other folks are using the availability of these folks in the building to have consults, to talk about how can we help, what can we do for this family, and you've got the service right there at school. There's no appointment, no getting back, wondering if they met. It's delivered right there, and you've got people that are helping. Also, in crisis situations, it's quite valuable to have mental health services in the school.
And that's interesting. And so once the student has been identified, then a plan is set up, and then that student gets the services at school.
That's correct.
The family, though, has to go to a Greenville mental health facility?
The family would be served through the typical manner, but yes.
Okay. All right. One other question. For students who are already receiving outside services that have been identified maybe by their families or physicians, how are those services coordinated with outside vendors when the student comes to school and we have services at school? Do those two people talk?
That's a very good question. That would definitely be, that would need to happen, because if the services are being provided by the mental health agency that is represented in the school, then that would just take care of itself. If it's a private therapist or if it's some outside agency, that it's very important that they communicate, because that could even be that could be very confusing, getting services from two different entities that aren't working together.
Who starts that conversation, the parent or the school, if a student has been identified in school and the school has no idea that that student is receiving outside services?
Well, that would depend on where it came from. I mean, I would say all of the above. Parents would notify the school, okay, they're receiving services already. The student may tell the therapist that that's happening, but once it's discovered, then those professionals would need to talk, and those permissions are always provided at that level. Thank you.
Mr. Rhodes, she had hit on some of one of my questions about private therapists. If a student is already receiving private services, if that therapist needs to give them services during the day, does the school allow the private therapist to come in if that student is not being seen by Greenville Mental Health or Piedmont Mental Health? Is that allowable?
Not that I know of typically, I can't speak to any individual situation, but we wouldn't allow outside agencies that we don't have an agreement with to come in to the school
But
on a
if it's
regular basis.
but if it's a student that you know needs these services and that is already provided by a private therapist, do the school work with that private therapist?
Well, I think-
Would the school work with that private therapist if that is that an option?
I think we would always work with them. Referrals and consults are always at the foundation of a successful model, but coming into schools and providing outside help is typically not done unless there's already an agreement, like some plan that's been approved by administration and that is well thought out.
A more direct answer to that would be we don't allow the provision of private business into the school, and that's in accord with your policy, because that becomes a private sector business conducting business within the school. So no, they don't deliver their services within the school. The school would and could and should communicate with that individual or those individuals with the parent's permission, of course.
Okay.
But this is a much broader area than just the delivery of counseling services.
Mm-hmm.
There are students who receive a variety of services at the direction and discretion of their parents that are delivered by private entities, and we do not allow those inside the school day. That gets over into the realm sometimes of 504 services, special education services, counseling services. We certainly cooperate with those individuals, but don't allow the delivery of private services within the school setting unless it is someone who has a contract with the district to provide those services.
Okay, and one more question. Students that are Tier 3, but they are not signed up to Greenville Mental Health or Piedmont Mental Health, what is the plan? What is the plan if the parents haven't signed them up? Because I know mental health cannot see a student unless they are signed up to them. Mm-hmm. So if you have like a Tier 3 student that you know is a Tier 3 student, but they are not signed up, what kind of plan do you have to deliver any kind of service to that student, because you know the students need that?
So thank you for that question. If the student need is presented, then the process starts with a conversation with the student, but the parent, working with minors, the parent is always required to give approval for anything to go forward. And every student that is seen through mental health services has an intake where all of that is taken care of, where the parents are giving permission for the child to be seen. But it starts in identifying a need. They're not already Tier 3. The need provides that evidence, or something presents itself that says this student needs specialized services. So a parent is contacted and the conversations begin.
I know a parent is contacted, but if they need those services, like it's immediate, and you know that they are Tier 3, but they haven't been identified, what is the plan? What does the school do? Because I know guidance counselors only can do so much, mm-hmm. and you have a mental health counselor on site, but that child can't be seen by that mental health counselor because they're not signed up. Is there a plan between them getting the services that they need and if the parent would not sign them up for mental health? Is there a plan?
Between when the need is identified,
yes.
and the parent signing.
And the parent won't sign them up. What options? I mean, what do you do to help that student?
Well, we would still provide the services at the school level, and we would make a recommendation and a referral for that to happen. But if the parent does not give permission for something for the therapist to see the child, then we wouldn't be able to supersede that.
Okay.
If there is an immediate threat to themselves or to others, then we follow a different path, which would be EMS and law enforcement. And given an emergency of that nature, they have statutes that allow them to intervene to ensure the safety of that individual and the safety of other people. Okay. But now that would be in a really emergency situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush, and thank you, Rob, for this presentation. When I met Chris back in the spring, and we had a conversation about the mental health programs and what was going on, I really wanted to get it in this boardroom. And, you know, I can't help but get emotional. This is a big thing for me. And to me, it's so appropriate that this is National Suicide Prevention Week as well. And, you know, this year their motto is about the power of connection. So I really believe that the mental health partnership that we have with these agencies to be sure that our kids are connected to their school, to their teachers, but also to the services that they need is key to their success, to school safety, more so than anything else we can do, because we lose more kids to self-inflicted wounds than we do to any other type. So I'd like to hear if we could have you talk a little bit, and maybe Chris could interject some about what the magnitude of the partnership looks like. So how many mental health professionals do we currently have that are working in how many of our schools? You know, I can't really see in this presentation where we really talk about the magnitude of that impact. So do you have those numbers where you could share some of that, and then maybe hear about how that funding mechanism works? You know, is there a shared, I guess we share the space, we provide the space, but they provide the counselor. So can you talk about that just a little bit?
Sure. We currently have 95 mental health therapists serving our district. Some schools have 1, 2, maybe 3 in their school based on need and the response to that need. All other schools are served through a model that is shared, and we have just this past summer added 19 positions that allowed us to hire this year. And mental health, Department of Mental Health, does the hiring of these individuals, and they're placed on schools by priority of identified need and a response to that need. The goal is that every school is provided with one-to-one services, which is part of that comprehensive approach, that comprehensive model. What the funding, mental health service, or the Department of Mental Health provides funding at a dollar amount per therapist to provide this service. We have provided in-kind support in terms of space, office space, confidential filing, phone, computer, office support, a lot of those, I guess, in-kind costs that we provide. So the partnership and mental health services coordinates with the billing, so they bill Medicaid, they gather their revenue through that stream, so we don't deal with that part of it. We're providing them with the students, obviously, and the space and the support to meet the needs of those students.
I believe we're also now providing some match funding for the expanded services, kind of a shorter look at, or more compressed look at how we provide services. As Mr. Rhodes said, it's an acuity-based model. That's why there's some schools that have 3, some that have 2, some that have 1, and the schools with the least acuity share 1. So all the schools are being served. I would be remiss if we didn't say this, and I don't think we said it clearly enough in this presentation. We would not be at this point without this great partnership with Greenville Mental Health and Piedmont Mental Health. They have led the state and the nation in providing services to school-aged children on site in schools. Now, part of the reason there is some, not confusion, but it's not as clear as it could be about the sharing of costs going forward. Now the State Department of Mental Health has become involved in rolling out a program throughout the state. Again, we have the most comprehensive one in the state, and we think one of the most comprehensive ones in the nation, based on the willingness of Piedmont and Greenville Mental Health to be leaders on-site school-level delivery of services. So we're still working through now the additional involvement of mental health at the state level. We used Title III funds that we received a little bit extra Title III funds this year from the federal government. One of the specific uses for those Title III funds was enhancing school safety and security. So we took that section related to the enhancement of school safety and security, and we're using that as a match for mental health to provide the counseling services in an expanded way, again, based on the acuity. You may recall we had originally in the general fund budget a line item for mental health, expansion of mental health services, and we removed it because of the Title III funding.
Okay. So we have 95 mental health professionals, and then you mentioned, is that the 19 new positions are part of the 95?
No.
I think the easiest thing for us to do would be to send you a list of there are this many in this school, there are this many in this school, and
great.
here are the schools that share one.
Yeah.
That would be, I think, easier to understand instead of trying to call it up from memory.
Okay, and then in terms of, you mentioned the you use acuity. What are those markers that you're looking at when you determine how much support's needed in each school? What does that acuity metric look like?
That would come as a recommendation from counseling services and from mental health. They make those decisions. So, similar to in nursing, we assign nurses based on acuity above the individual nurse assigned to a school, and those recommendations come through Kathy Story as a health service. These would come through Rob's office and through mental health.
So what are the data sets that we use to make those determinations? I mean, what data sets are you using to determine the acuity? Number of students that go see guidance? I mean, what does that look like?
Well, it's like a lot of things. It says referrals. It's the identification of need. It's the request from the school based on identified needs. We don't have data that says these students, are identified to need mental health, and that's how they get referred. It comes about and it grows. So if a caseload is near being exceeded, then we would look at adding a person at that school based on need.
Okay. So it isn't really tied back to any community markers that, again, where you're pulling data sets on teenage pregnancies or poverty index or
there's been some predictive
things.
Type data that we've used to anticipate that, but again, it's we've been fortunate to move quickly enough that as those needs emerge at the school, we're able to meet those. And as Dr. Royster mentioned, the match that we had was to help elevate our response to putting people in the schools during a time when we would not have otherwise been able to staff 19 new positions to spread throughout our district based on the identified need through this model.
So, some of that, too, is based on observational data because there's not necessarily a marker point for it. For example, if we had a situation in a particular school or schools where there seemed to be an elevated number of students who threaten self-harm or actually carry that out, we put into place different protocols in those schools than would be in existence in other schools. And we have done that historically in the last several years. But there's not like this finite number. When you hit that, we look at, related to the population, how often does that normally, although you don't like looking in terms of normal, but how often would that normally occur in a particular population? And any time that number tends to trend up above what would be considered an average or normal number, because we have protocols in place for an average and normal number, when it ticks up from that, then we put additional protocols in place.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Services. Yeah. Well, and I guess I think what I hear you saying too is like your positions are dynamic enough that you can shift those resources if you needed to from school to school, or is that,
Sure.
or do they kind of sit one place and, you know, do we allocate, or do we sort of assign them permanently like we do teachers, or unless they're sharing?
I would say they have a home, but like we do some other itinerant services, they would have a home-based school, but then they would have a place they could go in every school to deliver services in every school they serve.
Okay.
Like, you think about like maybe speech therapist, occupational therapist, they're home-based somewhere, but then they go to schools based on the need for their services for those particular students in that school.
Okay, so I'll switch gears a second. Guidance counselors. So that's kind of the first line you talked about. What sort of training and development would a guidance counselor either have received through their certification, and would we be providing in addition to whatever they get through their certification?
Absolutely. The counselors are all through their accredited programs. They have course training in identifying of school social, emotional, and mental health needs. We also, in addition to that, have provided training in things like adverse childhood experiences, trauma-informed care, identifying, mental illnesses through our multi-tiered systems of support training, referral sources within our community, constantly interfacing with community agencies, not just our mental health partnership, but other needs that are providing services to students, other services being provided to students to meet identified needs. So that is a core of what is in a school counselor's realm, to be able to know, refer, who to refer to, and what the needs are and how you identify those. And I will say to take this time to thank the board again for your support of increasing, of helping with the ratio for our school counselors right now at the middle and high school level, because that's helped when we've, supported the role of the counselor to be primarily working with students directly and indirectly, and with families. It's provided more support to be able to get to know, to identify what is typical behavior for a student, what is a little bit, of concern, so that we can be more proactive on the side of being on the front end to prevent things from needs going unmet, because when needs are unmet, that's when problems become really hard to handle and identify. I mean, it goes back to the support you're providing on the front end that I think is very important to call out here, and I thank you again for that.
Again, that's something that's been really important to me for several years, so I'm glad to hear you say that. So the counselor training and certification that you get is primarily around identifying, referring, the other counseling services that we provide with career guidance, study skills, those kinds of things. But I guess most of our guidance counselors, would you say most of our guidance counselors have been teachers and then have gotten this credential to become guidance counselors? Is that
used to be the case. It used to be required in our state to be a teacher, to be a certified teacher before you were a counselor. Now, that due to many reasons, one being the ability to meet to staff positions, they can go straight through and get their master's degree. All school counselors are required to have a master's degree and certification in school counseling, and most of those programs are 48-hour minimum programs specifically in counselor education issues.
Okay. I think that, to me, is one of the most important parts. I think in the past we haven't really recognized that maybe guidance counselors don't have all the training that they need to do what we're asking them to do, because the problems have become much more complex with students around mental health and the issues and the pressures they're facing. The number of students now that have panic attacks and anxiety is crazy. And then all that then feeds them into needing special services, special education services, those other pieces. So, I really am glad that we are trying to put those additional professional development pieces in place, and I certainly would like to know if we need to advocate, any different sort of credentialing so that we have guidance counselors who do have the training that they need and the credentials they need to do the job that's required, which it is becoming much more important that they have mental health support. So, okay, so if you guys are going to if you'll send that additional information, that'd be helpful. And again, Chris, thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking with you and hearing about the partnership. As Dr. Royster said, I'm going to say it again, this is a national model, and the fact that Greenville, again, is at the forefront of doing something first to make sure that our community and our students have the skills that they need to be successful adults is just powerful. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. So, Mr. Rhodes, you touched on the ratio, but can you tell me what the ratio is? We have 95 counselors and 65,000 contacts per year. So what would be the student counselor ratio?
The student to mental health counselor ratio? Well, for our whole district, I can't tell you that right now without a calculator.
Right.
But I can tell you that 1 to 5% is typical of the students that they're seeing. Remember, they're providing a Tier 3 support. So they're primarily seeing students for that sole purpose of receiving mental health services.
So the division of labor then would be guidance sees everybody for the Tier 1. If they see a problem or if a teacher sees a problem, they're referred to mental health for Tier 2 or Tier 3.
For additional services, right. They are not, giving that service over to anyone. They're still providing that service to the student. Tier 2 and 3 is in addition to Tier 1.
Okay. And that's what we provide matching funding for, the additional Tier 2 and Tier 3?
The Tier 3 that the mental health counselors provide. And you all will recall in your general fund budget, you approved a reduction in the school counselor to student ratio this year as a part of what we plan to recommend to you as a 2-phase reduction. Part of the reason being we didn't think we could get enough qualified counselors, and we were, unfortunately, we were correct in that assessment. We had a hard time getting that many qualified candidates for the positions that we had, which goes to the shortage. It is one of the critical needs teaching areas right now. One thing to make sure that we point out, the number of contacts represents the number of times a mental health counselor had a contact with a student. So a single individual might represent 10 in there, or perhaps more. I think you did have a number, Rob, in there somewhere of the number of students served, did you not?
Yes, sir. 3,380 students received 65,000 plus services. So
delivered by how many? At that time, 74 mental health counselors.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
These are last year's numbers.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies. Greer Mental Health. Have we talked to all of the divisions of the South Carolina Mental Health Department? I mean, there are other centers, mental health centers that we have contacted and tried to partner with, or have we just contacted Piedmont and Greenville?
Well, Greenville and Piedmont are the two through the South Carolina Department of Mental Health.
Okay.
They're the two. We're the only county in our state that has 2 mental health centers that serve one county.
Oh, so Greer Mental Health isn't even part of the state system.
Right.
There is the satellite clinic of Piedmont Center for Mental Health.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chris. All right. And how many employees is Greenville putting in to our schools? Is that their job to serve schools, or do they do that on top of walk-ins and private caseloads?
That is their position.
Okay. And how many of those do we have from Greenville?
We have 95 mental health counselors in our district.
And that's just Greenville and Piedmont?
Greenville and
together,
Piedmont, yes.
combined. Okay.
And there's only we make that clear, there's only the 2 that are state mental health agencies in our county.
I got
and
it.
as
Yes.
Rob said, it's a little different. We're a little different from the other counties who generally only have 1. It's a statewide structure that I think is very similar to the DHEC structure, where you have a county health department, but it's really a division of DHEC, but operates somewhat independently.
Okay.
Excuse me just a minute, Ms. Wells. We have run out of time, and I still have 5 people down to speak. So, hearing no opposition, I am going to extend for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the slides said you had access to mental health at the alternative schools and satellite programs. What is that access? Does that mean they're on call to come, or does that mean that kids in alternative school are required to meet with a counselor? What does that look like?
That's a great question. From West Greenville to Lifelong Learning, we provide these services. Chris happens to be not only one of the coordinators of our school-based program, but he is a clinician stationed at West Greenville. So we provide, again, based on the need, based on the identified need. And what's been really good to hear is the request from people. The people want this in their schools. They want more. They want because they know it's good for kids, and they're knowing that students are being served at a very high level. And so Lifelong Learning requested services because they had identified students. Dr. Welch had come to me and asked about that. I put him in touch with Chris, and they had someone out there like within a week. It was amazing. And so when needs are identified through conversations, through observations, through referrals, we're responding to that. But we're putting these positions in place, and what's so important to have a comprehensive model is that that's there and ready to serve, and it's ready to coordinate and collaborate with other professionals in the building. And that's where we see so many of these success stories occur.
Okay.
One additional note about that, students who go through the expulsion process and appear before a hearing officer, many times the decision of the hearing officer related to their successful return to school mandates that they have counseling through mental health services.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked that is I was at Sullivan Center the other day, and there's a mental health book about this thick in the waiting room. So, and it has materials on these partners. So if a parent walks in, they can get immediate services just by looking at that book. But is a kid who is in alternative school, I guess it depends on what the hearing officer says, whether they're required to be cleared by mental health before they return to school.
Yeah, that would go to the required services. Now, just like any other location in the district, if the counselor at the alternative school or one of the teachers or the director or someone else there notes a need for a service, then they would refer that student. But there are some there that there is a mandated attendance in mental health sessions based on the decision of the hearing officer.
Now, if it is mandated, does that come from Greenville Mental Health? And do they come on site to the alternative schools, or?
It would depend on the location of the alternative program, because we have MSAP programs regionally located, so it would depend on in whose service area the facility was located. I would think they would generally deliver those services on site, but they might not, based on the desire, the need of the parent and the child.
Okay, but that would be the higher level mental health counselor, not a guidance counselor from a school. In other words, they have a master's, they have a...
The delivery of service would be, if they believe that mental health service is warranted, it would be delivered by a mental health counselor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Rob.
Dr. Baldwin, comment?
Thank you. It's always wonderful to get to hear from you and the work that you're doing, and I appreciate Ms. Wells putting it on the agenda for us today. I had a similar line of questioning that she did regarding the preparation that counselors have, especially for the Tier 1 work, because when you look at the slide and the list of functions that they are required to provide, and then you think about, especially at the high school level, the fact that we have barely scratched the surface in terms of the number of contacts and the amount of time high school guidance counselors have to prepare students academically, and now with a much greater push on providing help for career guidance, I cannot imagine that list of services that relates to suicide prevention, etc., on that list are getting much time and attention from high school guidance counselors based on the load that they've got. And I know we've tried to address it as a district and as a board to say, let's continue to lower the numbers of students that high school guidance counselors in particular are expected to serve. But can you talk a little bit about what we still need to do so that high school guidance counselors, are they getting the supplement they need from this mental health service provided on campus? Or are we still finding that this tier 1, when you take it up to the high school level, is not adequate based on the numbers and the ratios that we're still seeing there?
I appreciate the question. I think our district has been a leader in what we mentioned earlier about our ratio reduction through your leadership and your support. That has allowed for numbers just to be more in favor of the student because they're providing a more direct service that way. The role that you all have supported, that our district leadership has supported, has put more emphasis on providing services directly and indirectly to the student, and that has meant reassigning or rebranding what the school counselor is there to do, and that is to help guide and advise and counsel and support and advocate for students and their families. So some of those roles that you've been instrumental in helping alleviate that have little to nothing to do with working directly with students is being shown to be very helpful. So I think as we continue to see the impact of that over time, you'll be very pleased, and I think we'll all see the benefits when we have caring adults with children. If you can increase that time and expectation of what those deliverables will be, the results will show. And that investment that you've made and that our district leadership has made to this will continue to pay off. The tier 3 that mental health counselors are providing, yes, that supports the work of the counselor, but it's supporting the family, it's supporting the student, the school, everyone. Teachers are able to better reach their kids because they're getting their need met that might not have been being met before through these 65,000 services that at one time weren't provided.
Well, I think that looking at not just the training of the guidance counselors, which I hear you saying you're addressing, the professional development is key because we cannot rely on the educations that they are receiving prior to reaching Greenville County to have attained the depth that we expect and require of the work we want them to do with students. So I think that piece of it is critically important, and especially as a district when we've prioritized the social emotional connection. By policy, we've changed to say we want schools to even consider in their schedules every day how to build in time and structures and class size every way to make those meaningful connections with adults in the building more readily available and powerful, and more so that more than one person in the building is expected to know each student well.
Yes.
So I hope that the policy changes that we're making and the professional development and the allocations and the partnerships are coming together around that focus of keeping those students feeling the sense of connection and belonging. But I don't want us to assume that still, based on the ratios that we've tried to achieve with guidance counselors, and we continue to drive that, and I know that the board has pushed it, Dr. Royster has pushed it, you have, to say what do we really ideally want to see when students go into that guidance counseling experience. And we just keep piling on the types of guidance that we want students to be able to receive at an excellent level.
Yes.
So in order to do that, they're going to have more time available to them, which means more guidance counselors
Yes.
put in there, and also making sure they've got the preparation they need, or you could add all the numbers, but you wouldn't have the expertise that we're looking for. So I just want to say that I think that this board has shown and will continue to show that we eagerly look forward to recommendations that help us stay at the forefront of this, because it is clearly a priority that we take very, very seriously in our district. And I just can't tell you how much I value your leadership and contributions you make, and I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lewis?
Thanks for this presentation, and I really appreciate all that you guys do. You know, I had the privilege of hearing both of these guys present at the South Carolina PTA conference, and I just thought it was a really great way to not only to showcase what a partnership between mental health and the school district looks like, but to really help PTA leadership understand how these public-private partnerships really embedded within our schools provide opportunities for the PTAs to help families get connected to services. And I thought it was a really incredible opportunity. So thank you guys for doing that. I guess the one question I would have, because most of mine have already been asked, is, you know, we have a work group within the schools, the advocacy committee, that's looking at policy around school safety and how do we improve school safety. And we certainly know, particularly recently, that access to mental health services is certainly a cornerstone to any prevention efforts that we want to do in our district to help make our schools and our communities safer for students and families. So that group is looking at policy recommendations on things that would expand access to mental health services. So one, I would say, as a commercial, we have a meeting on October the 3rd at 2:30 that I think we'll be continuing this conversation further then. So I'll ask this question now, maybe to both of you, if that's all right. But then I'd like to also invite you to give some time to think about it and give a different answer later. But are there particular policy recommendations that you would make to the state of South Carolina that would increase access to mental health services within our schools? And so I'm wondering about things like, do we need to go to, I know at one point we had explored the idea of the General Assembly mandating that every school had a mental health counselor. There was also recommendations about funding 75% of a mental health counselor, because 25% needs to come from the local community, so that we're not using all billable Medicaid hours to pay them, so they can spend time doing non-billable services like community meetings or meetings with large school groups. So just kind of any recommendations you have today, or if not today, maybe at the meeting on the 3rd. I just wanted to hear any thoughts that you might have.
I definitely will give it more thought and have recommendations ready for you. But one that I could think of right now is the ongoing support for valuing in terms of how we support this, in terms of mental health counselors aren't being compensated very, very well. That results in a turnover issue. And so we recruit, but then retention is the issue. And because they can leave working with students and finding ways to meet their needs to other more lucrative, if you will, and more enticing positions that require the same level of training and certification, providing services to different people. So our students deserve people that are valued and that we can maintain keeping them in their positions that they're in, because turnover creates another issue, as you all know very well, the transitions, the building the trust, the building that relationship with someone that you're being very vulnerable with. And so having a rotation is not healthy. So supporting the positions, I think, would be at the forefront of any recommendation that I would have.
Thank you. Mr. Haynes, do you have anything you'd add, or do you want to come back? If you just use the mic if you're going to speak, though. Do you have anything you want to add? Or?
If I'm allowed.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess you are. I have a microphone, and I said, maybe you're not. Keep going before somebody stops you. Go before they stop you.
I can talk later. Of course, diversification of funding is always helpful. That way our positions and our programs are protected from any changes in Medicaid or insurance funding. Those things can always change without our ability to influence or control them. So having more community-based funding is always helpful. There already is in the works a memorandum between the State Department of Education and the State Department of Mental Health to ensure that every school in our state has access to mental health in schools. But having the General Assembly speak to that, as you mentioned, would be powerful. And I could come up with many other recommendations for you, but that, just to directly respond to what you said.
Thank you. Thanks for your service. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, we are out of time on this. I do have two people that had spoken prior. Do you still want to? Okay, I'm going to extend, without objection, I'm going to extend for 10 minutes. And the next person is, well, Ms. Wells has not spoken, so I'm going to let her go, and then go ahead.
Well, Rob, I really appreciate all the information. Also, just want to touch base since Trustee Lewis or Trustee Derek Lewis mentioned about school safety and so forth. And I'd like to add that many of our SROs have gone to NAMI training so that they can identify mental health, maybe mental health issues that would occur during a altercation or whatever. So I think that's important that, you know, that our officers and everyone involved in the school go through that training. I have been through that training. I think it's outstanding, and I appreciate all the work that the mental health department does in assisting us with that training. It's a week-long training. It's situational. It's a role model, and it's a lot of information. So, but anyway, it seems like the increase on mental health issues continues, and it seems that when situations occur, we look at the aspect of it being related to something that has occurred in the child or adult's life during their process of growth. So as long as we can deal with it and we've got everything in place, I think this is excellent, and I thank you. And my only other question was, how much continuing ed or professional development are our people receiving in this area?
Mental health first aid training is being planned as we speak. We're working on getting, that's a very formal training, very much like the NAMI training that you mentioned. We've had, ACEs training. In terms of a number of hours, I mean, every certified employee as part of their certification alone, 120 hours within that 5 years, but we far exceed that on a regular basis. This is built in as a priority area throughout the year, all the time. We're talking about student health, the whole child, looking at how we can meet their emotional and social needs. Social and emotional learning has been a forefront of training throughout our district with all staff. Counselors are certainly part of that. I will say, too, that many of our counselors have additional licensures, certifications that they keep up through national boards, through licensing boards that require more specific training in that. We've identified, I guess, if you'd say specialty areas of not only interest but in training and expertise within our school district, to where we're utilizing a lot of the folks that we have, because that's easier to provide, and it just makes sense, where we're training each other. And so some people, we have folks that are very well trained in a lot of this, and we want everyone to have that same level.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rob, whenever Ms. Wells mentioned the suicide prevention, I remembered something from a conference that Jeff McCoy and I attended, where some of the districts in other states had this avenue of, it was like a text system. You remember, Jeff, when they spoke of that, where the student, because a lot of students, especially high school students, they don't go to staff, and it was some kind of phone system that they had where they could, if their peers was talking about suicide or talking about something, that they could text and it would go to the staff at their school. Have you ever heard of that? And they said that it worked wonders because they had a big suicide rate in their districts, and this was something that was working wonders. Have you heard of anything like that?
We definitely are aware of the student text model. As far as it going directly to the school, I'm not certain
Jeff,
how that.
Do you remember which district was that? I mean, which state was that? Was that Wisconsin?
I don't remember which state. It's one of the ones in our Enough Said network, so it'd be easy to find out. We talked about it briefly when we got back. I can't remember the name of the system, but after hours, the system was monitored by the company, so that if it was an emergency type situation when our staff were sleeping or in the middle of the night, that company would alert law enforcement and intervene prior to that.
We have had people to utilize our tip line
Yes.
for that purpose, and it's
But
set
can
up-
we look into something like that to see about that? Because they said it was working wonders.
Well, one of the trainings that we had last year was presented by Mental Health America. They're right here in Greenville on North Main, and they have a 24/7 crisis line specifically for that purpose. So the text model was presented to all counselors. Posters were provided with the numbers for them to display in their schools. So yes, we are
But this was
advertising.
something
But
that-
going to the school, I'm not certain about.
No,
the
this
text.
was something that the students had access to,
Yes.
not just staff.
Right, and that's why that's why we've made that available, and we can certainly
I would like for
elevate
you
that.
to look
Yes.
into that to see.
It is a good model because the students that we work with, texting is their,
Yeah.
primary means of communication.
Okay, and I also had a question. Does the guidance counselors and the mental health counselors work with our behavior specialists that are in the schools?
All the time. I mean, interfacing with, yes, that would be staffing, individual cases, student consultations. That's encouraged and expected, is that every professional in the building should be consulting with each other when it relates to areas that they're working with.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One last question. I'm a parent. How do I start at the parent end? And I feel like my child needs mental health services. Would that go through like an IEP evaluation? Or can I just contact the school and the counselor?
Absolutely. Direct contact to the school council would be what I would recommend. And that could lead to a conference, a more in-depth conversation, so that both the parent would need to understand clearly what those services are and what they're not, and go from there. That would be the most direct way to do that. Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Ball or Connor have about
That's okay.
maybe 1 minute.
I'm good.
Okay.
Somebody else asked it. Thank you.
That is all of our Ms. Wells.
Since you have 1 minute, I'm going to use it to say, I think when we talk about the training, I'm going to kind of reiterate that we're talking about identification of the problem, which is very different than helping solve it. And so I think as much as it's great that we're going to continue to train people in identifying, much like any special education service or anything else, we have to have professionals that have the ability to help a student, a family, navigate from the place that we've identified to a better place. So I think we need to keep pushing on that end. I think we're doing a lot of work to make sure we identify, that everybody in the building can identify, but it doesn't do any good if we can't help that student get to a solution. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Thank you so much, Mr. Haynes. And we are going to move on to our next item, which is Office of Special Education State Monitoring Summary.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Ms. Hogan's with us this morning to share with you the results of the state's Department of Education Special Ed Monitoring Summary. Like other programs, particularly federal and state-funded programs, there is a cycle of state-required monitoring. And last year, it was our turn on the rotation to have our special ed programs monitored. So they send in a visiting team, in some ways similar to advanced ed, and you recall the days of Southern Association, but a similar model where they come in, they look at our programs. A little differently from accreditation, it's more like an audit than an accreditation visit, but set up in very much the same way with experts from that subject matter coming in to conduct the audit. So we know that they are going to find things that they commend, and we know that they will find things in their audit that say, well, you need to improve your practices in this area. So Ms. Hogan is going to share with you their findings on both sides of the issue, and share with you our plan and path forward to address issues they found wanting or lacking, and certainly our plan to continue to move forward with the things that they commended us for. Again, with the number of students served and the amount of regulation and, for lack of a better term, paperwork that's required for special ed students, it is not unexpected or unusual for them to find minor errors in the documentation of services, and our concern is that they not find errors in delivery of services. And I think you'll see in her report that is not the case in our program district-wide. Ms. Hogan?
Thank you very much. The only thing that I would add to what Dr. Royster said is that with these state and federal regulations, the federal government is charged with overseeing the State Department of Education and the services for students with disabilities, and so in turn they are in charge of overseeing and monitoring us. And just as he said, last year was essentially our turn. They're currently using a 6-year cycle when they look at districts, and we were notified actually a spring ago, May of 17, that they would be coming in the school year of 17-18. So we attended a presentation in July about what the specific parts would be. You can see them here in the various circles. It was a whole year of providing information to the State Department of Education. Began with data collection. They reviewed all of our policies and procedures. Then they completed some surveys with general education teachers, parents, and then administrators. They interviewed folks when they were here on site. They came on site in towards the end of April last year. In July, we received our findings report, so we are on that upside of the circle there where we look at whether we need any technical assistance and then whether they verify any of the corrections that we have made. So it was a very intensive process that was all of last year, not just the week that they came. When they were here for the on-site, you can see that they looked at IEP documents. That's that first block up there. They looked at the notices. That's what we're required when we invite persons to the table, the forms that we use in that whole process, and then the actual individualized education plan that we use, the program for each child. They interviewed the special ed teachers, they interviewed administrators, and they interviewed parents. They were actually here 2 different weeks. They came 1 week to do the interviews and then came back to go over paperwork, hear a presentation from Dr. Royster and I, and then also to go out to the schools. And that last part there is the implementation, which I think was Dr. Royster was referring to. That's when they went out and actually looked at the students. They saw the documents about students, and then they went out to see the students in the schools receiving their services. The 4 components that they look at when they came were the policies and procedures, our staffing, the development of the actual IEP document, and then the implementation of the document. When they were here, those folks that they interviewed, I have already mentioned those. They're listed right there. I do want to point out that they did the surveys online for the general education teachers and for parents. The focus groups that they brought in were administrators, special ed teachers, and parents. We were very proud of the 9 commendations that they gave us, and I have to tell you that personally and professionally, I am most proud of the very first one. It said that we use data to make informed programmatic decisions. And as a person in my seat, there's nothing more that you want to hear that leads you to doing the right things for children. We're not doing something because somebody feels or something wants or something. Their belief system is that we have hard data to support the decisions that we make. You may recall I stood in front of you actually last year, talking about changes that we were making and some of the data that we had and how we were working with adding curricula to the schools so we'd have more data to make better informed decisions to move students in their right programming. We talked a lot about the district had gone through 3 years of inclusion training with the Stetson model, and now we needed to make sure we were using our data to make sure our students were getting all of the continuum of services that would be appropriate for them. So that first one was a really big one for our department, and very excited to share with you. The next one, developing programs to prepare career and college-ready students and including all students in those programs. They had specific things that they wanted to see when we were here, but I want you to know that we shared many of the videos that the communication department has done about lots of things that we were doing in the district. They recognized our work with the employability credential and our programs with the school-based businesses that you have supported, and wanted to really focus on that and commending us for that. They commended us for making program changes to facilitate students being placed at schools closer to home in their neighborhoods. Certainly that's something we could not have done without your support, and again, as an ongoing project. We've been making great gains in that area. The last one on this slide was creating a good special education infrastructure that includes assigning specialists to schools and to assist teachers in sites with complex issues. We had made some changes in that structure. In the past, you may recall, we had some specialists that were assigned to look simply at compliance, and then the other side, we had folks looking at instruction. We have made changes that each person going to the school will look at both, so that there will not be one area of in isolation, because teachers need to be able to make the connections of those 2 areas. And I think you'll see from their findings that the recommendations we made will support the need for that change. They commended us on ensuring parents are provided opportunities to participate in the IEPs in a meaningful way. And that came out, I believe, in their interviews and their survey documentation. They also commended us on ensuring that all the necessary parties are invited and actually participated. That's something that's very important to us, that we make sure all the members at the table have an opportunity to contribute to the process. They commended us on considering the need for extended school year services. That is something that can be very difficult to do. We are not a district that does traditional spring IEPs. Many districts in the state do spring IEPs where they plan for the next year all in the months of March, April, May, towards the end of the school year. When we don't do that, that makes it a little bit harder to monitor our extended school year services, but we believe that our practice right now is what's best for students, and they said we were still doing a very good job with that extended school year process. They commended us on overall positive interaction among teachers and students. When they went out to the schools, they said they were seeing students actively engaged and participating, and the engagement level with the teachers, they were very pleased to see. As Dr. Royster mentioned, we expected to have some areas of concern. I can tell you that there was nothing that came out of this report that we were terribly shocked by. We know there are areas. We always welcome the opportunity to do evaluation and have someone else review our processes, review our procedures, and provide us with recommendations. They made some general ones, and then they made specific ones that we have to actually turn in a plan of how we're going to remedy those. As you can see in the chart I've provided here, we felt it was important to have an action for even the general ones that they recommended. So to the left where it says concern, the first one was training for teachers to serve students who were not previously at their home schools. I think we anticipated that when we moved students back to their base schools. We had some students with difficult or challenging behaviors that might not have been in that school before, and I think we heard from teachers and from teachers and parents that there were some growing pains with that, and ensuring that we continue to provide training for them. What we're doing is not just doing our year-long plan that we have always done regarding our professional development, but also working actively with our specialists who are out in the schools each month to take an assessment of what their needs are at those schools that we can provide support and training ongoing through the year and not just plan for the next school year. The second concern they had were excusals. They said they were too frequent and without prior parental permission. What that is if we have an IEP meeting and we're going to be talking about adding transportation to special needs transportation to a child's IEP, we're required to invite everyone that participates in this child's education. So the occupational therapist would need to be invited. However, this subject matter may not have anything to do with the occupational therapist. So there's a process that is legal and is in our procedures, but it's called an excusal process. And they wanted to make sure that we were doing that the proper way. And the proper way is that you have to get permission from the parent in advance and use that. It should be an exception. It's not something that would happen on a regular basis. I do think sometimes we had folks that were fully participating in an IEP meeting, but after they had done their part, if the meeting was lasting, like say over an hour and a half or so, and maybe needed to get back to their class, they would say to parents, is it okay if I go back to class? The parent may say yes, and we were doing a form to represent that that's when they left, so we need to clean that up a little bit, and I believe we've already done that with training with administrators and with our teachers. The next one there was progress notes. They felt were lacking some content. I will tell you probably know if you have children in the system, we get progress notes from your general education teacher at 4.5 weeks, and then at 9 weeks you get the interims and then the progress reports. The same would be true for all special educators. So a speech therapist that may see someone 2 times a week, or an occupational therapist that might see them once a month, they're going to do a progress note at each one of those intervals as well. And so what they really wanted us to be certain that we were doing is that we were commenting on data about the goals in the IEP, not simply that a child might be progressing. And I think some of our providers were doing a lot of paperwork, so they might not have been giving all of the detail that the State Department was looking for. So we're working on some training with that, because we do think it's important to communicate that better to our parents. Inconsistent notification of accommodations and behavior intervention plans. This one was very easy to remedy, I have to tell you. I was very pleased to hear that they did not see that there was a problem in sharing the information. What they found specifically, when I believe that the comment was when they interviewed administrators and teachers, that we didn't have a consistent district-wide method. So each school may do it differently. It wasn't that we weren't doing it. It was that each school may have a different method, or each teacher may have a different method. So they asked us to please create a consistent method, and we did that before school started this year, and we rolled that out during the superintendent's leadership to the administrators. And then I did a session for special education teachers the week before students came, and so we covered that with, I believe we had a little over 700 folks attend. So I think we covered it very well. Specialists went out and handled that at the school levels as well. So I think we can check that one off our list, but we'll continue to do that. The last one on this screen is students in residential treatment facilities did not appear to have functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans. And, we have a lot of residential treatment facilities that reside within Greenville County. As a result, we're responsible for the education of students with disabilities in those facilities. Many of those facilities have their own behavior structures that they use when a student is in their program. So we now know that we need to make sure that we speak with the representatives and help them understand our obligation with behavior intervention plans, and that if they have any questions, they know where to go. But I think that's simply a training, and we do have those set up. They had 3 specific areas of concern, and when I say that these are specific, these are actions that we actually have to report back to them on. Any of our corrective actions have to be completed by March, so we have a good amount of time to take care of these situations. The first one, I believe we have almost remedied. I will not stand here and tell you 100%, but we're very close to that, and that is with certification. What happens with that is that, if we have a teacher in the certification process that she's finishing her special education degree, they may show up that they are not qualified. And so in the report, they actually say they gave us a list, but we gave them the list. Then they gave us back the list telling us which ones we needed to remedy. A lot of times that can happen at the school level when we just look at all the teachers that are in, the special education teachers that are available in the building and which students are on which caseloads. So we've worked with the HR department to identify any of those issues. Sometimes we will need to speak specifically with the principal. Sometimes it's simply how they're coded in the system and we need to clean up that system. So we are working on that. Becky Farrell has been working very hard on that, and she reports every time someone has achieved their certification or passed a praxis test or something of that nature, she submits that information to the State Department. So we're very close to having that one completely cleaned up. We'll continue to share any opportunities to get more people certified. That's through the Project Create and the PACE. We get the information from the State Department of Ed, so we send that to the Communications Department. It goes out in the e-management memo, and we send it out to schools at any chance that we can. The second one there is individual file corrections. When they came to the district, they went to 27 sites, and they reviewed 91, I believe it was, files. I keep saying close to 100 because it's just easier to remember, but I think it was 91 files. And when they reviewed those files, they sat in the conference room right by my office, and they were looking for specific things. So what they do then is they give us a matrix, a sheet with each student, and if there's an area they'd like us to go back and take a look at. As Dr. Royster said, the paperwork for special education is very complex and very lengthy. I can tell you right now that if I brought an IEP to this room with all special educators, we'd have different opinions about good, bad, or ugly, and on a rubric of it as to whether it met a criteria. So I was not at all surprised to find that there was input from them on ways that they would like us to see things changed. Those individual files will get corrected with the specialist in the special education department from the district office going out to the school level and working with them specifically. We want to make sure, which hits the third bullet here, the third action on here, we want to make sure we don't just go and fix a specific IEP. If there is a systemic issue in writing IEPs, that we attack that differently. And so we are really looking at ways to make our training incremental, varied, and consistent throughout this year. We have, in the report, they said there were absolutely no issues with our processes and procedures. So to me, if you have no issues with our processes and procedures, but you saw that the kids were doing great things when you went to the school, it's making the connection in the middle from how do I get the procedures onto the paper so if another teacher comes in after me, they know exactly what to do to have the right implementation. So really, it's just a connecting of those. I make it sound, I think, kind of simple at the moment, but it is very complex. We are really looking at the ways to balance that compliance and instruction. I mentioned to you that we have one contact per school now, a specialist who will be working and training themselves to go out and really help each school. But we're looking at changing our training up to make sure that administrators know how to support their special education department, what they need to be looking for. Every IEP meeting requires an administrator to be at the table, but we haven't always done training for administrators. So we're working with administrators to let them know what they need to be looking for, and we're taking that opportunity at training that is already provided in the district. For instance, principals meetings or principal instructional coach meetings, and we have the specialists following through at the school level. So here, basically, we've been talking so far this year in the special education department about making connections, and really that is our goal for this year, is to really connect our training to the implementation so that we have better outcomes for kids. Any questions?
Yes, Dr. Baller-Connor.
Thank you very much. I really just want to say I love your attitude, and that is to say not only is the thing you're most proud of is that you are commended for your data-driven decision-making, but also that you welcome any opportunities to find even further ways to improve, and then you proceeded to outline those and what you're doing to remedy those. So I am way more encouraged than not, even though there are a few things on there. You've addressed very plainly how you propose to fix those problems. And the commendations were really the most meaningful part in terms of the fact that I think we can all be very confident of the excellence that our special needs students and families are receiving.
Well, thank you. We have an amazing team, that's for certain. Thank you.
I guess the only one I wanted to ask about is the the notes taking. That's interesting, because part of what we did when we looked at some policies relating to the kinds of feedback that families really want from their teachers, that's really across the board, that families are frustrated with just a checked box of, something about their child, but they really want to know something specific and particular about their child. And so, I understand that is one where you don't have a simple fix, but I think it speaks to all the ways in the district we want to be able to help people know that we see the individual and are communicating about those things. So I think that's just kind of a helpful note for all of us to think about how any teacher should be mindful of giving that kind of feedback in those notes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrison-Fair?
Along that same line of inquiry, thank you so much for this presentation, and it just looks overwhelming from my standpoint, especially from a teacher standpoint or a principal standpoint. But I get a lot of questions from parents as to how can I be part of making sure that my student has a positive educational experience. Most parents have no idea of how to maneuver the IEP conference. And they sit on one side of the table and the professionals sit on the other side of the table. So I don't know if the question would be, do we have something in place where we're moving toward maybe support groups for families, or making sure that parents know how to read that IEP, and also making sure parents have a part in helping the teacher, because the teacher, especially at the high school level, has X number of kids, and so that instruction that teacher gives includes every student who has an IEP in that classroom. And that has to be, well, I've been there, so I know that's hard. So what do we do, or what are we doing to move toward that model?
We have a couple things in the works. We certainly do recognize everything that you said as being absolutely true, and I have no problem telling you there's no shortage of agencies helping parents fight against us. So really helping parents work with us is definitely something that we want to be a genuine part of. We are here to hear the parents and address their concerns. I do think that the age levels are very different. We have offered training, and we continue to offer training called First Base through our department, and what happens is, and we've talked about ways to make that better, but what happens is it typically is parents who are coming into, for the first time, their child being evaluated. And so it tends to be elementary or preschool age folks that participate in that. And then what happens is if they become very adept in the process, they don't continue to any training. And then sometimes we have folks enter later in the system and may not know about that. So we do really need to take a look at that, and we are talking about ways to make it more accessible. We did a huge promotion of those last year, and we had very few people attend. There are other organizations like Family Connections and folks in the area, and lots of advocacy groups that do training on IEPs. So I do think one of the things that we need to really talk about is partnering with them instead of doing ours in our own, isolation. I did have a meeting with a group of advocates when we were making the change about moving students closer to home, and wanted them to really understand what our intentions were and our roles. And from that, this fall, we plan to have a parent advisory committee where they give us names of certain parents that they think would be positive influences on a committee to give us advice on how to better support our families. That is something. I have a person who's in a graduate program who's my intern this year, and that is one of her projects for the fall, is to create that, and certainly we'll do that together. But we want to make sure that we have a very strategic way to get folks in to give us that information that we can use to make our programs better. But certainly if you have any other ideas, I do think as we hit high school, it's a different challenge, and I think we need to target those families a little bit differently. You were exactly right. I liken the experience of an IEP meeting to go into MUSC or someplace that's a teaching hospital. I think I'm pretty fluent in my own communications, but when 12 doctors are standing there talking to me, I don't have a clue what any of them are saying. So I completely understand how a parent feels in that situation, and I think that we need to make every effort to make them feel comfortable and to participate.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ms. Goodwin-Caldwell.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan, for this report. I wanted to ask, like you said, that as the students get older, it's different with you're going to have a parent advisory committee, and that's usually for the lower. What do you do with the students to make sure that they know what's happening with their IEPs or how to maneuver through the system? Because some of them don't understand what that paperwork is all about. Do y'all ever explain that to them?
Their teachers are supposed to be doing that as part of their curriculum. I don't think at all that it doesn't hurt to have some reminders from the specialists. The state of South Carolina, the transition age here is actually lower than the national transition age. The national transition age would be at 16, and at 13, we are including students in the IEP meetings. They have to be invited to the meeting. Certainly, participation depends on the parents' willingness to allow them to be there, but we want them to know what's in it. Specifically, I think we have a lot of conversations about accommodations. You will have students as they get older not necessarily want an accommodation because they don't want their peers to see that. So we really have to balance what they need and what they're willing to do, and sometimes we have to really educate them on why something will help them with their particular disability. So that is part of what we do in our transition services, beginning at age 13 in our middle schools. So that is, you'll see goals on transition and IEPs from 13 and up a lot of that will be self-advocacy. Some of that is couched in the participation in the IEP meeting, but a parent has to allow them to attend their meeting. So, but we certainly go over the document and the outcome if they were not in the IEP meeting, if there are any changes. But yes, that's something that we need to continue to focus on.
So the parent has to allow them to be in the IEP?
Yes, ma'am.
At what age does FERPA come into play?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Mr. Webb is grabbing his mic.
So FERPA, and it could change if a student does not have the capacity to make educational decisions for themselves, but 18 is typically when educational rights transfer over to the student from the parent.
Does that apply with special ed students also?
Usually it does, but there could be situations where a student does not have the capability to make educational rights, so it could still remain with the parents potentially.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
I don't know whether you provided us with the numbers before of how many students we have in special ed services. Can you provide like a 3-year numbers of how many students we have in special ed services in Greenville County?
For the last 3 years? How about I tell you what we had in October, which is what our official count is, the last October, and then can I get you those other numbers for the history of it?
I don't mean
okay, I was going to say,
it's right now.
I do know that number. It's 11,336.
So the
I can get you the history. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Suddeth.
Tracy, I'm aware of the complexity of these educational plans, and I still don't understand it. But if you could, for me, please, these 3 specific concerns that we have, could you kind of help me to understand exactly the scope of these 3 things? For example, when we look at certification, I don't know what issues we're talking about. I don't know what the problem is with the caseload adjustments. I really don't understand what certification, by whom, by what, and how.
Okay.
So give me just a very brief
Sure.
understanding of those 3 things.
On the certification piece, the State Department of Education is looking at the folks who are providing their service. The special education teacher, are they certified in special education? In special education, there is a multitude of categories that you can be certified in. You can be certified in learning disability, emotional disabilities, all those little categories. If you recall, we used to have classes specifically by those categories, and we don't do that anymore, that it's by the label. So what happens is we look at the number of students on your caseload. So Mr. Sudduth, if you were a special education teacher and the majority of your caseload had students with learning disabilities, so if you had 10 on your caseload and 6 were learning disability students, you would need to have a certification in learning disabilities. Now, it's really not even that clean cut, because there are lots of disabilities that don't count. Autism doesn't count, developmental delay doesn't count. There are some other things in factoring that number, but there's a number that our HR department and certification knows exactly how to look at that. So what happens at a school level is a student moves in, you may be compliant on Monday, but somebody moves in and tips that on Tuesday, and all of a sudden you're out of compliance. So the day the State Department asks us and we have to submit certification to them, it's a very fluid situation. Does that help? So when I say caseload adjustments, if we're talking about Hillcrest High School, I may say to Brian Skipper, you have 1 student on so-and-so's caseload, we need them to move to a different, that doesn't mean the student moves, it just means who handles the IEP may need to move to a different person to make us in compliance. But that's constantly a changing factor on the students.
How difficult is that?
Well, it's only difficult when they're looking at it on the day that they're looking at it, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I mean, because when we have to report, again, we turn in this, there's a personnel report that's due to the State Department, and we submit this number every year. We expect to have to make some changes, and we do that. We are working very hard to make sure all of our teachers are certified. There's nothing, we recognize the value in their training, and that's certainly never anything that we would want to have a problem in, but it's just not always a quick fix. There's a shortage in the special education, finding special education teachers, and so, sometimes that adds to the situation.
What do we mean by these caseload adjustments? I understand this is the teacher that is having to make the adjustment. We're not talking about the students. When we're talking about these problems, it centers on the teacher and the certification of the teacher.
Correct. And like if I use the example I just gave you, where if you had 10 students and Ms. Bush had 9 students, and when the 10th student moved onto your caseload, maybe moved in from Anderson County, and that made your certification need to be emotional disability instead of learning disability, we might put that student on her caseload. But the school's not looking at that when they're enrolling students. So that's something that we would be able to help them go back and fix, because it's really for reporting purposes. The things that we're most concerned are that we have highly qualified, certified special education teachers, and then if we need to match things up for a report, we can adjust that. The student's name could go on Ms. Bush's paperwork versus on your paperwork if her certification was the appropriate one. But you might be the reading teacher. Does that help?
Yes, ma'am, it helps.
Okay.
When I've got these adjustments, they're involving teacher certification, and if I have got someone who's emotionally handicapped, then I've got someone who's actually handicapped. But I don't quite understand how am I going to adjust the caseload. Is that a adjustment, does that mean an actual student moves, or are we talking about here paperwork involved?
No, sir. When you receive a degree in special education, you are trained to serve a wide variety of students. So it's not just if you were certified in learning disability, you would be able to serve students with emotional disabilities, developmental delays, autism. You would have training and you have coursework that supports that. But your focus would have been learning disability. So that what we would do is move a student from your caseload if the majority of yours needed to be learning disabled. If a student moved in and they were in your period for reading, but their category was going to make you have to have a different certification, you certainly wouldn't go back to school. We would put the student on a different teacher's caseload. The school, quite honestly, the teachers don't really see a whole lot of this. We can do this behind the scenes in the computer, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Is this, we're talking about self-contained or resource students or what?
It would be across the board with all special education teachers. There's a number that is set for each of those areas that from the State Department, and if that number were going to be out of whack, we could do this caseload adjustment to fix it. It's really not a high number. It's just that the requirement for them is that we have it 100%. So we constantly have to work to attack that. And again, if you ask me today, the answer today and the answer next week would be different about our numbers because students are constantly moving in and out.
To you, Tracy, is this the real problem?
Oh, I don't think number one is a real problem at all.
Okay, that's all I need.
Okay.
Let's go to the individual file corrections.
Yes, sir.
IEPs.
And that's where they look, I'm sorry?
When we say specialists will lead this effort at each school, what specialists are we talking about?
There are special education specialists that work in my department over there, housed at MT Anderson, and they're assigned to support the schools. Most of them have 5 schools on their caseload so that they can get out to schools, get in classrooms, work with teachers. Over the years, they've had a variety of names, but those were the folks that I was talking about will now really be, they work with the school and supporting them with any of their professional learning communities about special education teaching and the paperwork, and they're the one main go-to if they have an issue. Okay?
Give me an idea about what kind of specialists we're talking about. We're talking about certified in one area or another, what? Just tell me what I mean by specialist.
They are, most of them are former special education classroom teachers. Some of them have been.
They're all certified?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Let's look at the third one, right?
Okay.
I know I have never quite caught up to IEPs. And when we're talking about what are the problems are they saying we've got with IEPs? That they're not specific enough, that they're incomplete, and then we're going to do incremental varied training throughout the year to increase the staff capacity. So is it because we don't have the training, we don't have the staff, or what? Help me to understand. I know there's probably 50 problems with IEP in any school in the country, but explain to me what ours is very briefly.
I will do my best. I think that quite honestly, as a practitioner, I know what a student needs, and when I sit down and write the paperwork for that, I try to make it reflect everything, but the thing that people went into the education for is to work with the kids. So when they go and start working with the students, the paperwork may not reflect everything that they do. And so making sure they take time and see the importance of that and connecting those two is a hard thing to do. And, they're juggling a lot. So the simple piece to you that I would say is that we have lots of training, but to value that piece of paper and to use that piece of paper for working with their students is what we're really working on. We want it to mean something.
That helps me understand much better, and I'm glad you're doing it and not me. Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. I have to say, I don't know if y'all moved the chairs around, but I feel like one of the bears. Who stole my chair? Because I am sitting so low.
Mine's gone down 3 times while we've been.
They changed them all around.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I have to sit on my feet because I just
We'll put some
can't
books
see over
under
my
them.
screen. No, it won't go up. I tried it. I won't go up. Anyway. Thank you so much for this. I'm happy for the commendation and don't mind the concern at all about students being back in their communities and having services provided where they live. It's like a theme today. It was another thing that was really important to me and people in my community, that they get services as close as they could to their home, and the district has worked over the last couple of years really hard on being sure we provide the funding for that and then getting those in place. So I guess it's not surprising then that we have this piece where people aren't necessarily trained. Was that concern about the regular teachers or the special ed teachers not having the training to deal with the students back in the homeschool?
I think both. I wasn't in there when they interviewed, so we don't have the exact pieces of what folks said in the interviews. I do know that the morning that Dr. Royster and I presented to them, one of the folks raised their hand and said, if you did it over again, what would you do differently? And, I really... And that was about letting parents and everyone know and understand. And I told them about the community meetings that we did. I told them about the preparation that we did. I really don't know if we did it over again tomorrow, if there would be anything that we would do differently, except I can tell you that our staff would be more prepared and the administrators would be more prepared to really, if you haven't seen it unfold, you kind of don't know how to support it. It's hard to stand here and talk about a particular child because every parent and every teacher only wants to know what their room or their child is going to be like, and you can't answer that question in large groups. Certainly, I think the one thing that every teacher needs assistance with is challenging behaviors. And you provided funding this year for curriculum that we're rolling that out to help folks in a more systemic way. I think that will reach gen ed and special ed, but it's just I think a lot was the fear of the unknown. And pretty much every kid that comes to them is one that they didn't know anything about, and so everybody wants to be the most prepared. So I wasn't terribly surprised, but I don't know if we did it again. We'd maybe just do more conversations and try to make people feel okay that change was coming. But they do a really great job on a daily basis. They just don't recognize it in that context.
Well, I think the hiccup was, the feedback I got from families was that it was that they had been served already in our system somewhere else, right, and then to make the transition back home, and it looked different. So I think asking them what they thought,
sure,
they said if we had started, so 5 years from now, it won't be as much of an issue because they will have started in that homeschool. They would have been fully ingrained from the beginning in that community.
Well, and absolutely. And the gentleman at the State Department that asked me that question, I told him very clear in a couple conversations that if I waited till we were ready, we never would have done it. And there's an urgency to do what was right for kids. So we had hiccups, but they were worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. So on the concerns that they have here, did they attribute any of them to specific school levels? So, obviously it's kind of more complex at the middle and high school level when you're dealing with, a BIP or an IEP, and you have accommodations that 6 teachers need to pay attention to, and when they have kids moving in and out of their classroom every 50 minutes. So did they give you did they break that out and say, yeah, we think this is a middle school concern, or?
No, ma'am. The only delineation that we have is that second column there where it talks about individual file corrections when they looked at the specific IEPs. And we certainly know the 27 schools that they went to, but they didn't, there was not anything that ever did it by level. So we are treating it as if it's across the board when they put it on this specific, because the specific requires us to have actions that we submit to them. We submit to them, they actually approve it before we finalize it. Now we've already taken some steps, so we're going to be continuing to send stuff to them. There's a formal plan that is due to them in a couple weeks that we send to them that shows some of our training mechanisms and how we will, remedy this. But we've already started because we needed to, like with accommodations, we had to do that before school started. We felt like there was no need to wait for that one. So no, they didn't.
Okay, and I guess I didn't realize that we had a different age than the rest of the nation with regard to when we involve students in their IEPs. And I think again, what I've seen and heard is that at the middle school level is when it really makes, you really have to train that child to be the advocate for themselves. So really, even 13 seems a little bit late to me, because you want the student, as they're navigating through the day, to know how to advocate if they aren't getting an accommodation they need, because it's just kind of hard to follow that. So would have been maybe some feedback we should give to them is it would be helpful when you have 95 locations K through 12 for them to target more of that to the age-specific, level-specific thing. The last thing is just, it occurred to me, the previous presentation and your presentation, you talked about any ideas we had. You know, I think a PTA presentation about what does special education look like, or how do you get services both from a mental health standpoint and special education would be great if you guys had some little bandwagon you could roll around to all the PTA meetings and provide.
We can certainly add that to the list. When I talked about the specialists going out to the schools, one of the things that you've heard me say before, I feel very strongly about there being a consistent message. So we have some, for lack of a better word, canned PowerPoints or canned presentations that we want all schools to hear some basic information. I'm the person that does the principals meetings because we want it to be consistent. So we certainly could look at generating something that the specialists could have for their schools, and that way that could help tie them into their community there. So that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think it would really echo a couple of the board members asking about the mental health piece. How do people know to go get services? How do they know to ask? If they don't know we provide the service, or they don't know what the service is, then they're not going to be great advocates either. So,
well, that idea would tie into Ms. Morrison Fair's too, about for folks to have contact. So we'll add that to the list. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Bush.
Mr. Lewis?
Thanks for this presentation. So I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that I think I heard early on, but I just want to make sure that I got correctly. So this assessment that happened was something that we were just on a rotation to receive. It did not occur because of any sort of compliance issue that led them to Greenville. Is that correct?
You are absolutely 100% correct.
And that's just a regular rotation of school districts. They just work their ways around.
That's correct. And the rotation format changes with leadership, depending on who the state superintendent and who's over in charge of the Office of Special Education Services. The current rotation is 6 years, so we would not anticipate them back for 6 years or until leadership changes and they move it to 3 years or 4 years or something of that nature.
So if we have a new special ed director, we get a new assessment, is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily me, I mean at the State Department, but...
So as I look at these, I do agree that kind of reading the report that you guys sent us and then looking at this, it does look like most of these are kind of data-related issues or filing-related issues. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. It doesn't seem like it suggests anything in here that suggests that our staff aren't appropriately trained to handle students who have special needs. Is that correct?
No, you are absolutely correct. The comments about folks being trained for students that had not been in their building is something that you recall is not something that would happen in all districts where we had folks by disability category. So moving folks with different disability categories to be able to stay in their home school and have a continuum was just really, I think, a mind shift and stuff that they did learn in college, but they may not have had an application here at that time in all of our schools.
Okay, but it is not necessarily suggesting that we are not appropriately training staff to handle these students, or that we're putting staff in positions where they haven't been trained to deal with those situations.
You are correct, and I think they would always say everyone can do more.
The other thing I didn't see in here, so I just want to make sure that it was not a finding, is that there was not a concern raised by them that we have a difficulty in assessing students' needs and determining what services would be most appropriate for them.
No, there were no concerns there.
Okay, so it sounds like we have well-trained staff and that we're capable of assessing students' needs and delivering services that are appropriate for students based on the observations made by the State Department. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Then we will thank Ms. Hogan very much for the report and the interpretations and helping us understand that better. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And that ends this portion of our agenda, and I will turn it back over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Bush. And to the chair question, see what's going on right now? See, mine's,
That's a cheap
yeah,
thrill.
it's a
Let's
cheap
move on.
thrill, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, as soon as I can get this thing to quit stop doing what it's doing.
Just slightly.
Okay, we'll now turn it over to Mrs. Levinas Wells for the administration portion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll go to 3.01, summer training summaries. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Mrs. Levinas Wells. We gave you a little snapshot of what we did over the summer in part of the superintendent's report, or as the superintendent's report as part of the board meeting at the end of August. This morning I want to give you a little more in-depth look because we really did not touch on all the work that we do in training, particularly training specifically aimed for and designed for our certified personnel, as well as a little more in-depth look at the training that we do for all personnel. So Ms. Kapp, as our Director of Staff and Leadership Development, is going to share with you the summer training summary and what we have done in all of those areas towards our goal of building a better graduate, but by enhancing and improving the skills of our personnel and helping further to ensure that we have quality personnel in place to make certain that we are doing everything that we can possibly do to build the support, the leadership, and the direct instruction that will ensure that we provide opportunities for students to become and be a better graduate. Ms. Kapp?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks to all of you for allowing me to highlight our summer training efforts. Our Greenville County School System is developing a premier workforce through extensive opportunity for instructional, administrative, and school support personnel, all of which supports continuous growth, capacity and commitment, job satisfaction, and ultimately high-quality results. Our summers are filled with renewal and advancement of skill and leadership, from custodial college to summer academy and finance and legal trainings. We seek to provide a consistent level of quality in every area of our school district. Dr. Royster recently shared with you some of the details of the multiple trainings that supported nearly 2,000 of our hourly personnel. All employees in these work groups participated in training that included skills and processes, service quality, health and safety, security and response, and every department provided best practices training for their managers and assistant managers as well. Beyond the support provided to our operations, fans, and transportation employees, there were nearly 60,000 hours of training for our school staff and administrative support employees. I'm trying to get this where it doesn't talk back to me. Goal 2 of the strategic plan, of course, seeks to develop a premier workforce, but every area of the strategic plan is covered and enhanced through our summer trainings, and we certainly hope that the effectiveness of our staff shows in every area of our strategic plan. Last school year, Dr. Gary and Stephen Bryant from Chick-fil-A laid the foundation for our newly required customer service training. Feedback from secret shopper visits to every school location supported seminar planning for all front office staff members. This 4-hour training is provided through Greenville Tech under industry standards and customized to our needs. All 460 frontline staff will be trained by November. Continuing our partnership with Greenville Tech, we are taking advantage of Workplace Pathways scholarships to establish standard skills and expectations among current supervisors and others who want to enter that role. Over 30 are expected to complete the program this school year, and all participants attain the supervisory certificate from Greenville Tech. Our summer academy allowed nearly 4,000 educators and administrative support staff to network, learn, and share best practices for serving our students. Coordinated by the academics department and designed around the strategic priorities of our district, Innovative practitioners and nonprofit agencies provide sessions ranging from 1 to 6 hours. Some of those extend through the week. New this year were Spark sessions, 20-minute explorations into tools and ideas that help teachers engage their students and share their successes. In the navigation nook, classroom teacher curriculum writers showed off our new Greenville County Schools curriculum maps, where teachers were hands-on with the system. The Upstate Technology Conference is a unique professional development event and allows our professionals to learn and to present with Greenville educators and those across the Southeast. Sessions were 1 hour each, and nearly 4,500 participants attended. The Upstate Technology Conference is sponsored by multiple corporations leading the field in technology for education and allows our staff to stay connected with the breadth of possibility for our students. Our personalized learning initiative is focused on ensuring meaningful use of technology resources, and this summer's Discovery Education training completes the development of digital leaders for every school in our county. Well attended were the sessions that Tracy Hogan mentioned to you a short moment ago. Those sessions supported our teachers and our administrators. Far beyond procedural compliance, these sessions supported reading instruction and elevated teacher and leader effectiveness. School teams continue to develop the skills to support every student to become a G+ graduate. GC Source and its related tools and processes help schools to keep in touch with the myriad of factors that will contribute to student success. Whether attending Summer Academy, Upstate Technology Conference, or participating in one of the many offerings beyond those events, teachers and administrators, counselors, and support staff always appreciate time to learn and plan alongside their colleagues from across the district. You will see some of their favorites there from multiple events across the summer. If Google was in the title, it had a lot of people in the room. So just about anything you can do Google will get people to come, because we are learning that you can share and that you can do an awful lot of things through those resources. You'll see lots of reading, math sessions. You'll see unit planning. You'll see lots of sessions that were there to help folks support students and understand what students need. It's important to note that across the summer, over 2,500 of our teachers gathered in school teams on school sites to strengthen curriculum implementation and grow skills for a culture that supports and encourages every child. Included were sessions like and actual seminars that were multi-day. Leader in Me, Capturing Kids' Hearts, Mastery Connect assessments, the middle level study of This We Believe, lots about guided math, balanced literacy, and again, Google resources. As we continue to develop the leadership skills of our staff, we trained nearly 300 additional teachers to serve as mentors to teachers new to the classroom. Master teachers, host Clemson University fifth-year teacher residents, and Lead Institute teachers are learning to support professional learning communities and to coach other teachers, serving as partners to school principals for the improvement of student learning in their schools. It's important to note that as a teacher leader is in the Lead Institute, they are also mentored by a sitting instructional coach or administrator as they go through a coaching cycle and then in turn coach a teacher in their building. Greenville County Schools is aligning the development of instructional leadership skills in year-long efforts for administrators so that all can provide meaningful feedback and coaching to teachers. These began in the summer. All of these kicked off there. And our new principal mentors will be supporting successful start through feedback to our new principals ensuring a smooth transition for these new leaders and for their schools. Over a third of our assistant principals have begun their work to enhance their skills in our Instructional Leadership Academy. As we prepare to open schools to nearly 76,000 students and families, Dr. Royster's Leadership Summit elevated our unity as Greenville County Schools. He equipped principals and department leaders with the tools to ensure a common vision and clarity of our mission to build a better graduate. These deep engagement strategies are being included in all of our leadership development efforts and implemented with faculties across the district. We believe that our best results are before us as we stay focused on the needs of our staff and make certain that we provide for continuous growth, elevate capacity and commitment, ensure job satisfaction, and achieve high-quality results. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Camp. That was excellent presentation. Okay, let me see. I've got a couple of speakers. Ms. Grayson.
Thank you, Ms. Ventus Wells. So I was interested in it looks like our hourly employees get safety and security training, safe security and response. What does that look like? And what training do the other employees get in safety and security?
It's important to note that all personnel get safety and security training, not only in the context of those hourly employees. What you saw in an earlier presentation, and thanks to Dr. Royster's advice, you'll see that here on this screen. You have a reference at the back of your PowerPoints. But you'll see that they had safety training. So what happens on the job, what are safe practices that they must employ on the job. You'll see that they have all of those. All of our employees go through a Safe Schools portal training every year, such that whether it's bloodborne pathogens or those kinds of safety, in that safety arena of safety, everybody is up to speed and knows what they need to be doing always on the job. In terms of security, whether it's security for students, security in the school, everyone goes through extensive training there, and everyone goes through what we would call response training. There's active shooter training, there's what do you do if something goes wrong. So there's a myriad of safety training and security response training that spans everybody in the school district, to include substitute teachers.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sudduth.
Karen, how do we evaluate these programs?
First, we evaluate them by feedback from the folks who attend. Our decision to include programs in our pretty vast menu has everything to do with, are they related to the priorities of our district, the priorities that you helped to set in the strategic plan? Are they related there? Are they about student support, student safety? Are they about mental health support? It's all of those things in the strategic plan that's sort of the first filter of, do we approve this to go forward? So we get feedback from the folks that are there. Then it is the work in the field as observed by and evaluated by administrators and by peers that tells us whether that training did the job. Did people turn around and implement it well? Do they need more training to implement well? And this would span anybody's training. So it's what good do we get out of it after we've done it? And then do we have more people that say, hey, this is working down the hall? We have high demand then for it again. So there are multiple trainings, multiple different directions, all under the umbrella of the strategic plan and what is appropriate to run a school district. And we evaluate them both opinion, rubber meets the road in the field, and people wanting more of it because they see it working.
Are these things voluntary or are they required?
It depends on the training. Some are required. Customer service training, as I shared with you, is now a new piece and required of everybody that picks up the phone to respond to the public, stands at the counter at school, is interactive, say in the benefits office, answering an employee's needs. That's now a requirement. We have child protection training that is a requirement for certain employees every year. And so all of those folks get it, and then we watch the roster of who the new folks are in those positions so that they have that formal child protection training. Then other trainings are voluntary but mandated because you are an elementary school teacher and the model in our district is balanced literacy. And so we provide training for those folks, and as it's available, whether it's at your school or whether we do some work with it that's multi-school in nature, then you are pretty much required to participate in those because it's needed for your skill. That's an example of a mandated training, if you will, that's just something that we choose to do. Don't know if I've answered fully your question.
How do we get teachers involved in that? Are they required or is it voluntary? If it's something that is voluntary, what value does it give the teacher? I guess what I'm asking for here, do we have, if you go to this particular session, you get so many points toward recertification?
Yes, we
do.
do.
So we're still involved in that?
Yes, and I did not mention that. When I mentioned in those slides how many hours were there, for every hour someone spends in training, they get a point. For teachers, they need to amass 120 of those across 5 years. Many people do far more than that, but that is still part of our system as well. And then there are some trainings that they might do off-site. A school counselor is a good example. Many of those, one of my school counselors came from as a licensed professional counselor. And so she would go to trainings to enhance her skill, and she would enter not only what they call CEUs, those continuing education credits, in our portal, but she would send those to her licensing agency. So those things happen as well, but we are always awarding those credits to them. The other thing that happens is that if you recall in the school calendar, we have exchange days. And if a teacher attends 7 hours of off-contract training, they can turn in those 7 hours to exchange for the day off on one of those exchange days. And they can do that 2 days a year. And of course, those are no kid attendance kind of days. Those are those teacher work days, and that works through the principal.
You don't get to take the summer off, do you?
No, not too many people really take the summer off.
That's outstanding, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suddeth. Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Thank you, Karen, for this presentation. But I wanted to ask, what is the difference between the Master Teacher Institute, the Lead Institute, and the Instructional Leaders Academy, and what are the qualifications that you have to be able to get in one of those institutes?
All right, you're asking me to draw a lot of memory real fast, so listen. The Master Teacher Institute, right now we have 11 master teachers. And the reason we have 11 is that it's a connection with Clemson University. They have instituted a new 5-year teacher education program. So we selected master teachers to match with their 5th-year teacher residents, and those folks then host those teachers in their classroom for the entire year, like a student teacher, but all year from the very first day teachers return. Okay. So the qualifications for that, of course, would be that a teacher, many times somebody who has already had a student teacher before, must be South Carolina mentor trained or get that training before they host. Then they are selected based on resume and interview We look at their, leadership as well. What have they contributed on their school campuses? That's the master teacher piece. And that is a standard set of eligibility criteria from Clemson University, which, by the way, also requires that they have a master's degree already. The LEAD Institute, you will recall, is for teachers who have demonstrated leadership in their buildings. These also must have a master's degree because this LEAD Institute intends to set them up to become good candidates for instructional coaching roles or to enhance their candidacy for an assistant principal's role. This institute has been recrafted a bit this year to ensure that every teacher leader in that institute, I believe we have 23 right now, that each of them has experienced a true coaching cycle where they set a goal based on student learning. They have someone who works with them on what strategies they might implement, how they might support a group of teachers in the building. So they go through a coaching cycle by that LEAD Institute mentor, who is a sitting IC or administrator. That coaching cycle is conducted with them. They lead professional learning communities in their building, whether it's a grade level team or a professional learning community that is seeking to solve a problem or implement a particular initiative. And then as they move further into the year, they will coach a teacher through a coaching cycle in the same way they have been coached. You asked me about eligibility, and I think I'm doing a lot of explaining about what happens with them. Certainly their eligibility is master's degree, and they are selected as well.
What does the letters LEAD mean again?
Oh my gosh. Lead, empower, advocate, and I forgot what D is. I should have looked.
Just say develop.
It is develop.
That's what I was thinking too.
It is develop.
That's right.
Lead, advocate,
lead, empowerment.
Empower, advocate, and develop.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Stumped you on that one.
You did. You got me. I was real appreciative of Ms. Paula Connor. All right, and then you asked me about the Instructional Leadership Academy. The Instructional Leaders Academy, those are sitting administrative assistants or assistant principals. They apply for that academy, and actually we took a third. We've got roughly 50. We have 49. And our intent is for every assistant principal and administrative assistant across the next 3 years to go through that academy. Mr. McCoy is the head guru for that academy, and it was developed in order to bring all of our assistant principals to the place of full understanding about what they're looking for in a classroom, how to lead their teachers, how to hold those really strong conversations, positive conversations, and feedback with those teachers. But it is deepening their instructional understandings and their leadership so that they can be better prepared for those next steps, but in the meantime, that they can provide better service to teachers.
Okay, just one more question about the Upstate Technology. Is it conference? Upstate Technology Conference. Is that still open to others outside of our district?
It is.
Of those 4,442 participants, how many of those are Greenville County participants?
All of the participants that I logged for you, that 4442, all of those signed up on our professional development portal. So that is counting, and it's not individual participants, okay? That's a duplicated count, but that's counting every Greenville County person who was physically there and how many times they were there. Now, it's important to know that the Upstate Technology Conference folks say to us that there were 1,200 individual persons who attended that conference. And some of those would have been from outside our county, and so you wouldn't see those participant hours there on my slide because I don't have access to that.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Thanks for this summary. It's really just amazing to me with the amount of things that happen, particularly over the summer in professional development, especially thinking about the fact that most of the individuals taking these classes are on break.
Correct.
And are giving up part of their summers with their families to take classes. So could you just go back for me again? So we don't compensate teachers for taking classes during the summer. We give them essentially a credit to get a day off on 2 designated days during the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those days are already pre-designated. Like you can't float that day for some other teacher work day. You have to take it on the day that the district says you take it. Is that
Yes,
how?
but
Okay.
there are 4 possible dates that you could select from in the school district calendar.
Okay.
You can only choose 2 of those. Principals have the prerogative to say, you can choose this day or this day, because on this day, I want my full staff intact. So we can do something, professional development, or so that we are doing something together. So it depends, that last little piece, on whether you could really choose between all 4, has to do with what the principal and the school team has determined is best for their staff.
And are those days typically beginning into the year days, or the days that are scattered throughout the school calendar? Like what are those 4 days?
I would have to look at the school calendar, but from my own experience, October was generally one of them. There was a January date until the calendar got very different this year. But it's generally on those work days. And one of them is one of those last work days of the school year.
Okay.
So I would have to look to tell you exactly what that looks like this time.
And I know we've talked in the advocacy committee before that, I mean, one of the ideas we floated is this idea of perhaps extending the teacher year to compensate teachers for the time that they spend during their summer. So currently, we cannot compensate teachers for the time that they spend during the summer. Is that
It would entirely be a local expenditure.
Okay.
One of the things that we've talked about, and we've actually floated this idea a little bit at the state level, is as a part of increased compensation for teachers, look at recognizing a longer work day, 8 as opposed to 7.5 hours. That's one thing to look at. Another look at is adding to the work year to recognize the fact that trainings and that sort of thing take place in the summer, and perhaps over time for the state to move incrementally, maybe add 2 days, maybe add 3 days, to ultimately add 5 to 10 days to the teacher contract to cover the training time that they put in during the summer.
Okay.
Right.
I just think that would be exciting to be able to compensate people for particularly again for people who are giving up time during the summer away from their families and are finding childcare because they probably aren't using childcare for most of the other weeks of the summer. I think
It is one of the few professions where the predominance of your continuing education is done on your time as opposed to on the company's time. Now, that's not true universally of all professions. There are a lot of other professions where you have to give some of your time, but generally speaking, as a professional, most of your recertification, your continuing education, your credits like that are done on the company's time as opposed to your own time.
Thanks. The other, I just want to make a comment on the final thing. The technology conference. I know we talk about it every year, and I'm so impressed with that conference, and I got to help with check-in again this year, and it is a well-oiled machine what they are doing there. But what really struck me was not just the number of people who would come out on a Tuesday in July to a conference that's just about technology, but the number of district employees who are eager to teach these classes, and just the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have in our district. And to your earlier question, it's just so exciting to see that people from outside the district have an opportunity to come to Greenville and see what we are doing well, and to see our people standing side by side with national trainers in a conference that really is celebrating innovation that's happening both in our classrooms and outside the district. I'm really proud of what we accomplished there, so I appreciate you including it in this presentation.
And we appreciate, Mr. Lewis, your support. I saw photos of you working there at the conference as well. But both our Summer Academy and UTC are very heavily attended, probably within just a couple of hundred of one another. Our teachers do enjoy sharing with one another and building one another up, and it's nice in UTC. And really is true for Summer Academy, I think, because we have some outside folks that do come in. But to be able to learn with some folks who we don't network with every day makes a big difference.
As a follow-up to your other question, the 4 flex days, potential flex days for this year, October the 22nd, November the 5th, June the 7th, and June the 10th.
Thank you. There's no one else. Well, Mr. Sudeth.
Karen, do we have a frame on legal training?
We have a frame of legal training.
Yeah, on the slides here.
Yes, you do.
Dr. Oyster.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Webb. Sorry I missed the conference down at Myrtle Beach. We've got a lot of this. I would be interested to know on what we're doing for the legal training, the who, what, when, where, why, and how of these items right here, because some of them are very interesting. For example, safe schools is certainly always something we're concerned about. Student searches, exactly how much we're doing with that. Of course, I'm interested in all of these, so if y'all can enlighten me now, it'll be fine. If not, then...
I think Mr. Webb can give you a brief rundown of each of those, or we can send you a brief narrative about each of those. For example, using searches as an example, everybody we have that would be possibly conducting a search is required to undergo the training for under what circumstances and how do you conduct a search. But would you like Mr. Webb to offer a summary of each of those?
What would you like to do, Mr. Webb?
Well, and they cover, that's a lot of information that I cover, and it's very broad in scope, but also goes into greater detail within each presentation. So, in total, each one's about an hour that I go into.
But we have a course descriptor.
That's right. So
which is how people sign up. That might be the information that you're looking for.
I would be happy to send that to you, and I can, we can discuss and go in greater detail anytime you would like to sit down.
Yes, I'd just like to know, when you look at some of these issues, the extent and how much time we devote to it, and who we are trying to get discipline is something that we're always interested in, and certainly. There's a lot of discussion in our country today on the First Amendment and freedom of speech, and all these things. So if you could just give me a summary of whatever, and I think the board would probably like.
Sure, I'll be happy to send a summary.
Because there may be something that I or someone on our board may be interested in investigating, looking at further.
Yes, sir.
Because I know, like, employee performance improvement discipline, very, very extensive.
Yes,
and
sir.
I imagine these others are. But if you do that for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have, Ms. Venezuela.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Sudeth. Then we'll go back to Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell.
Burke, have we ever thought about the board going through those videos that the staff has to go through at the beginning of the year? All of the different videos?
You're welcome to look at any of them you'd like to. Most people aren't seeking an opportunity to.
Do we have access to them? If it's something that we want to look at, that the staff has to go through.
If you'd let us know which one in particular, we'll make sure you have access. I don't think you generally have access because you're not inside the employee web, but if you'd let us know. We'll send you a list of the titles. Any of them you want to look at, you're welcome to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kapp, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
During this professional development, our teachers, they do get hours towards their recertification. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And it is no cost to them?
That's correct.
Okay. So I need to keep my certificate updated. I need to get in these classes. But anyway, with that being said, thank you so much. It was an outstanding presentation.
Thank you.
3.02, Title I update. Mr. Lewis, I will address you. No, you don't. Would you like any comments, or I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Royster?
No, I appreciate Dr. Royster for including this as a presentation. This was a follow-up to some questions that we had around Title I funding. So
good.
Well, there goes my introduction.
There you go. Thanks.
No, that's great. This is, as Mr. Lewis said, a follow-up to questions that he posed about our Title I process, but really, I think, driven by the fact that we have seen an ever-decreasing amount of Title I allocation. Now, we believe within the next year we're going to see a slight upturn in the total dollar amount of Title I allocation, but that would be what we would see and what the schools would see in FY20, not in FY19. But Mr. McCoy, Dr. McDavid, and Ms. Harmon, did they oh, okay. When they go over there, I can't see them anymore. They have put together this presentation about the process, including background information about the amount of the allocation, how that's determined, how it's determined which schools fall within the band of Title I, which ones fall outside the band of that, and then the very thorough process that schools go through to present and have their Title I plan approved so that we make sure through Ms. Harmon's office, Dr. McDavid, and Mr. McCoy, that the plans that are submitted are in strict accord with the Title I guidelines. So, Dr. McDavid?
Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to extend the understanding today around how our students are inspired, supported, and prepared through our Title I. We're going to share information today and in the context of giving you, the board, information about our purposes, our allocation structure, and our program models in Title I. Our goal or our outcome is that you will, as each individual board member, be able to gain insight and a common understanding of how our program is designed in Greenville County Schools and how it is implemented district-wide. I do refer often to the State Department of Education website, and for additional information over past years, this is a great resource for anyone who is looking or if anyone asks about programming. The State Department of Education does have a great deal of information. Beginning with the purpose, Title I provides financial assistance to the local education agencies, which for us, the LEA, is Greenville County Schools, and to schools with high numbers or high percentages of students from low-income families to help ensure that all children meet the state standards. South Carolina more clearly says that Title I's purpose is to provide opportunities for students to be served, to acquire the skills and knowledge contained in the very challenging state content standards, and to help them to meet the standards just like all students. So it is meant to expand those opportunities. They give 4 different avenues for doing so. One is in South Carolina, we are to provide an enriched and accelerated educational program. It is to supplement above and beyond, not more of the same, but is to enrich and accelerate our students. Some think that it's only for remediation. It is not. It is also for accelerating students of poverty. It is also to promote school-wide reform through additional services that increase the amount and quality of the instructional time. It's to provide a significant upgrade to professional development. As Mrs. Kapp discussed, a lot of opportunities that were provided on the school level were provided through Title I funds. And affording parents meaningful opportunities to participate in the education of their children at home and at school. Changes have occurred in our allocations. Just to look briefly at the model as it comes from the federal to the state, to our district, and then to the schools, The U.S. Department of Education sends the South Carolina Department of Education's funds based on the census poverty data. And then South Carolina allocated that fund in the past based on the free or reduced lunch eligibility or the community eligibility program. They did that as in this presentation from 2016 to 2018. There were two different options. Greenville County Schools switched to the community eligibility programming in 2016. This summer, the General Assembly developed a new definition to identify students of poverty for the purposes of funding, which aligns to the federal definition. So it is no longer based on the number of students who qualify for free or reduced lunch based on the application. Students are identified as students of poverty if they are eligible to receive Medicaid, SNAP, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, or if the students are homeless, transient, or in foster care. We have in the past had students who received free or reduced lunch based on their family's income who were not eligible for these services. So you will see that impact on our funding. We look at the then and now models of Title I from 2012-13 to 2015-16. You see a gradual uptick in the allocations from the State Department, and you see larger numbers in the area of carryover. Districts may carry over up to 15% each year. This is not something that we budget for. However, within the budget, when we do the project, we budget for every penny, and there are times that every penny is not spent due to changes in personnel, funding, salaries, benefits, differences in cost of supplies, materials, etc. So you will see the changes that happen from then to now. Again, in 2016 is when we shifted to the Community Eligibility Program in Greenville County Schools. Now, from 2016-17 to the allocation that we have, our census population in Greenville has increased. Our poverty count, however, has decreased from 2016-17. You see that we were looking at 17,260 students of poverty, and then 2018-19 for the current year, only 12,159 students of poverty. At the bottom, there is a note that 2017-18, there was a reduction in our census population and poverty count as Legacy Charter moved from Greenville County Schools to the State Charter School District, and that reduced our enrollment by 1,200 students. Our allocations from the State Department of Education have reduced over the last 3 years, as well as the amount that we had available in our carryover. This brings our total amounts for the years that you see having reduced over the past 3 years. More succinctly, this chart shows the 7-year trend of Title I funding in Greenville County schools. As you look at this, there is a difference between our peak year in 2015-16 of $26,939,902 to our current allocation of $19,704,444. District set-asides. Within the Title I project, there are a few set-asides that are required for each district. We're required to set aside 10% for parent involvement. The majority of that goes directly to the schools. We're required to set aside funds for McKinney-Vento or homeless. That support goes to support our liaison and other activities, as well as indirect costs. This year, as we were planning for the FY19 Title I budget, even as we were setting up our district budget, we went to our principals in a meeting in March, understanding that we had just received a major cut, $3.5 million in the prior year, and anticipating another up to 15%. Our district team, along with the assistant superintendents, met with the Title I principals to discuss our priorities and to get input on our district set-asides. We asked, what can we do to adjust our project at the district level to meet the school's needs as effectively and as efficiently as possible? We wanted to give them more support where they needed it and to scale back in areas where they did not need as much support. So the changes you see at the district level were done in direct response to feedback from our principals of Title I schools and in conjunction with the work of our assistant superintendents. This slide shows some of the more significant changes from 2017-18 to 2018-19. District Title I staff, we were able to reduce the district's Title I staffing by 1.0 FTE. As our charter schools and a reduction in our N&D sites took place, we were able to share one of our staff members with one of the schools. Our 4K classrooms, teachers, and aides, we just wanted to show that that has maintained as a priority in our district set aside. By doing it here, it does not impact the individual schools' allocations. Title I social workers. Last year, we had 16, and the school principals noted that they really appreciated the services of the social workers on site. There were 4 schools who were sharing 2 social workers, and there was a major emphasis on wanting to increase that to have 1 person full-time with additional flexibility. They gave us feedback on the Title I nurses and noted that the nurses were staffed based on acuity, as Dr. Royster pointed out in another avenue. So our schools do have nursing staff. However, the additional support staff for nurses in Title I were there to do additional screenings and some other services, but they were not able to do the direct services of taking students to appointments and other things because they were not there full-time. So those were reduced. Title I academic specialists in 2017-18, when there was the $3.5 million reduction, we took the cut at the district level and we did not replace one of our math vacancies. And with the ELA, we only had 2 ELA specialists supporting 14 elementary schools. When we look at the current year, there was a need with our focus support and assistant superintendents going out and supporting schools with lower performance. There was a need to fill that math vacancy so that our 1 person had a second person to go out to the elementary schools and provide support. The instructional facilitators. Each Title I school has had in the past 1 instructional facilitator. The middle school levels, along with Dr. David McDonald, discussed that with PEP not renewing its grant to provide the literacy coaches, they really wanted to sustain the emphasis and support for literacy instruction with a literacy coach. So they opted unanimously to share 1 Title I instructional facilitator between the 3 Title I middle schools and add 2 Title I literacy facilitators. That was not an increase in our budget. We simply shifted the position from compliance instructional facilitators to literacy facilitators. That, along with the 1 middle level person at the district, gives each middle school at Title I a literacy coach, which is not yet funded by the state. The summer program in 2017-18 at the district level, that's 1 set-aside area that we had to cut to absorb part of that $3.5 million, and the direct services to students were, in that case, reduced. We were able to bring back a portion of it, the $618,205 you see there will cover the transportation, and we've made, in conjunction with a direct student services grant from the state, funds for each school to have teachers, salary and benefits, and some supplies. Early college, you see a slight change in the support given to them, and they have 2 opted for literacy support specialists. And the private schools, we still have 2 schools from 2017-18 to 2018-19, and that is always subject to change. So 18-19, we're sitting with 2 schools. School-wide models. This process is very important and very in-depth. You see, we begin planning September and October for the upcoming school year. So schools are now looking at their school-wide planning teams, making certain that they have the adequate representation of parents and community members to serve. In December, they will begin their school-wide planning team meetings with the staff, the parents, and the community, and with all of their input, they will develop 3 plans, preliminary plans. One based on the current year's allocation, a contingency plan based on what if I get a 15% increase, and a second contingency plan on the possibility of getting a 15% allocation decrease. This allows them to prioritize their strategies and note which ones are most important to maintain, which ones have the highest degree of effectiveness. In February, the schools present their Title I plans to their assistant superintendents, Mrs. Harmon, and myself. And we discuss their plans along with the goals that the assistant superintendents have set with the principals for their schools to make certain that the plan is aligned to the goals, which are also aligned to our district's goals. That plan goes through a few iterations between our conversations to make sure that we all have input and that we're all going in the right direction. In May to July, when we receive our preliminary allocations from the State Department, they actually put those plans into place. This year, for 2018-19, our allocations were received in July, with a deadline to submit at the end of August. So when our schools did their preliminary plans for the 15% decrease, 15% increase, they were well aware, and they were still bouncing back from the cut from the year before. So they were very careful in selecting their strategies, and as we will share shortly, the prior year, the allocation came in late. They had already had their staff in place. So with the staff in place, in 2017-18, when those cuts came, we took as much as we could at the district level, and the schools had to cut supplies, materials, professional development, because the teachers were already hired, in place, and ready to go. This year, with most of them budgeting approximately 85 to 90% of their budgets in salaries, they were well aware with increases in the teacher pay and salaries and benefits that they had to make some modifications. So this year, our budgets were presented, and you will see the changes in our school-wide models. In order to have a school-wide model, schools must have 40% enrollment of students eligible to use the Title I funds. So 40% poverty or higher for schools to be considered school-wide. When we look at our school-wide model, we have to rank our funding based on the percentage poverty, meaning the schools with the highest percentage poverty must receive in poverty band a little bit more per student, at least $1 more than the students from schools with low or poverty levels, and you'll see that in the detail. Our allocations must be substantial enough to increase services and make a difference. So when we look at the consideration for adding or taking away schools, the more we dilute that pool, the fewer dollars we're able to use to make a difference. Also, with higher poverty percentages, when you add a different school, that means that that top poverty school gets more money, even more money, and the lower ones get even less. So we have to work a balance. Our schools also must conduct that annual needs assessment to determine the effectiveness of their strategies. Every year, the project should change. Every year, the projects do change, and they use their current assessments to note that, bless you, bless you, for every intervention program, for every Title I funded software program, they look at whether or not that program was effective in reaching those needs. The schools served over the past 3 years, we wanted to show you an outline of the schools that have been served in Title I. You will see that for 2018-19, Chandler Creek was not served, and Legacy Charter came off of Title I when they moved in 2017-18, and then, of course, they're not there this year. But our other schools have maintained a fairly stable. Slater Marietta also came off in 2017-18, so they have not been served in the past 2 years, and you'll see shortly the poverty percentages on which we base this. From this year to last year, going backwards, you see the percent poverty. So looking at Cherrydale, for example, Cherrydale in 2017-18 had almost 77% poverty, and in 18-19, over 84% poverty. So they had a poverty increase. That's not the same for every school on the list. Alexander, for example, had a 10.98% decrease in the percent poverty. So per pupil, they will get possibly the same amount or close to, but they'll have less because either their enrollment or the percent eligible to receive Title I funding went down. So across the board, you will see that the majority of our schools reduced their poverty percentage slightly up to 10%. Chandler Creek, as you will see, was not served from 2017, where their poverty percent was 47.45%. In 2018-19, they went down to 42.11%, and they were no longer served. If they were to be served in rank order, there were other schools that were higher than Chandler Creek in poverty. Poverty bands. I mentioned earlier that we had to differentiate the per poverty pupil amount in some ways for every poverty band. And it has changed over the last 3 years based on our reductions in allocation. In schools with 100% or more in 2016-17, we allocated $1,867 for every poor pupil or every student of poverty. We reduced that somewhat in 17-18 and then again in 18-19. Again, the difference does not have to be large, but it has to be a difference per poverty band. So that amount in 2018-19 is about $1, but that closes the gap in looking at our poverty percentages and what we allocate. So our allocations are equitable, and the changes that you see in who goes on and who comes off is not an arbitrary decision, but is based on their percent poverty and the percent pupil. The reform strategies. We are required to do strategies in 11 different reform strategies, some of which are state funded. I will share with you all of the changes in those from Title I funding. Reform strategy that provides opportunities for all students to reach their proficient and advanced levels in academic achievement. In 2017-18, we maintained close to what we had the year before with 86 FTEs for reduced class size. And in 2018-19, you see 62 FTE in reduced class size. Part of that is Chandler Creek was no longer served, so they had a portion of our reduced class size teachers. Another part of that is that with lower enrollment, some of our schools experienced lower enrollments and did not need to reduce the class sizes as much. Some had higher enrollments, and as recent as late July, were able to get increased funding for teachers, FTEs. There were 3 schools that contacted us. The district gave an additional FTE based on their uptick in enrollment, so they could not possibly hire a teacher in August, so they used the district's funding to do so. We also saw that some of our schools chose to use their funds in different ways to impact student achievement. Again, that is a local school decision. The second strategy in which we look at communities and schools to strengthen the core academic program and increase that quality time in learning. You see that we've still continued before and after school programs, benefits for summer school programs and transportation, and they've also worked with communities and schools. Those have continued. In the area of providing some low achieving and those at risk, some additional preparation software, you see that, and specialized support, you see that in 2017-18 we had 29.35 interventionists, and in 2018-19 we went to 24.9 interventionists. Again, with Chandler Creek changing their status in Title I, they had 4 interventionists that were in Title I. So that makes up the largest piece of the interventionists coming out. We also had the technology software licenses and equipment. And the next reform strategy, in which we look at how we provide quality and ongoing professional development for teachers and principals and paraprofessionals, we do that with instructional coaches. The district provides instructional coaches. However, some Title I schools have chosen to add additional instructional coaches for grade levels and subject areas, and that has maintained at 8.3 from last year to the present year. Parental involvement. We have parental involvement or parent involvement coordinators in some of our schools, and with that we've seen a reduction from 16.4 to 13.7 FTEs in the parent involvement strategy. We've included supplies, refreshments for parent meetings, and translation services for those parents to be able to understand our communication. And then for our transition services for students from early childhood programs, the district set aside is for the 4K, but the schools do have transition activities and supplies set aside in their projects to help transition students into school, oftentimes with welcome to kindergarten or upcoming kindergarten packets. And then for behavior, we know that to provide the support needed for students, sometimes we have to do things outside of the academics, and this strategy helps us to provide behavioral interventionists. Behavior interventionists, you see that particular FT has gone up from 17-18 to 18-19, from 5.3 to 6.8. Are there any questions?
Yes, thank you so much. Before we start, I'd just like to mention Susie Smith, who is the Executive Director of Communities in School, and who has been such a major advocate and in Title I schools, and I had the pleasure of serving on that board. And I can't say enough for Susie and her staff and all of the ones who are in our schools in the afternoons. And I just like to give you a round of applause because you are phenomenal. So thank you, Susie, for all you do. At this time, I will ask Mr. Lewis if he'd like to go first.
No, I can wait.
You can wait? Okay. Mrs. Crystal Ball O'Connor, please.
Thank you for this wonderful information. I'm not really sure, though, how to take the fact that in the beginning I heard you say that it's because we changed the definition of poverty that caused us to then look at it and imagine that the numbers have decreased of those students who are in poverty in our schools, but it really isn't the poverty that has decreased, it's just the count that has decreased because the federal government changed the definition of poverty. So it's wonderful information, and you did a beautiful job putting it together, all of you who helped with that and presenting it. But I don't really think it doesn't feel like a celebration to me when the kids still need the help, but we've got so much less money and fewer resources to provide it. So am I right that that's the way to interpret that the definition changed, that before you said it was about students who could meet the need for free and reduced meals, but now they have to meet Medicaid definitions, which we know the flux that is going on with that. So talk a little bit about that for me, if
Yes.
you would.
Thank you, Dr. Ball O'Connor. That is exactly what you are seeing in our trends. Again, with legacy leaving, we did see some students no longer in our school district and have left to go to legacy. However, within individual schools, to be required to participate in a federal or state approved funding support program, there are some parents and families who in the past say they wouldn't do the free reduced lunch form because of pride. There are other students who will not participate in Medicaid applications and others because of their status as citizens in the United States and otherwise. So with that in place, some people avoid that radar. We do have over 10,000, 12,000 now, I think, students of English language learners. We have students who it's growing every day in different schools and different populations, up to 30, 35% in some of our Title I schools of our students are English language learners. And so we do know that there may be students who have not been identified as students of poverty who still require the services and support. But that definition has changed in South Carolina to meet the federal definition. And those particular qualifiers are a little more stringent than the ones that we had for just sending your information, sending your paycheck stub, and our offices would check free reduced lunch status.
So what are we doing to continue to meet those needs, even though we don't have the same federal funding support we once had? Because I know that if we recognize students, we're responding to them.
Yes.
But what do we need to do to continue the support they need, even though the funding source may be different?
When we serve the schools in a school-wide model, the supports are there for all students, even though they may only have 40% of the students qualifying for free reduced lunch. But we, again, annually have to look at our strategies and make some tough decisions. Our schools felt very confident about what they were doing, even as in September of last year, where we asked them to look at their projects and make some adjustments. They felt very confident that they were giving direct services to students. We are using the direct services grant from the State Department to help increase that student support. So we're doing things in other avenues to help support individual students. However, school-wide, those supports are still in place. I don't know how we can funnel additional support where the state doesn't have it in Title I, but I know that it's something our superintendent and all of our offices are aware of. I think Dr. Royster wanted to say something to that.
Yeah, I think a couple of points there. One is, one of the things we've done, any school that had a loss of more than a 1.0 FTE teaching position or direct service to students position, we covered that loss for this year through above baseline, so as to minimize the impact. You know, we do that. We have schools that sometimes move down in an enrollment category, and we try to soften the impact of that change. We did that here as well. I think to the tune of maybe 4.0 positions, 3.0, something like that. The other thing is important to remember, I think our focus needs to be on the lack of funding from the federal level as opposed to how we get the funding. Because we're getting it the same way everybody else in the state's getting it. So we're not any more affected by that really than anybody else is, because no one else is getting funded based on free and reduced meal. Everybody in the state is using the same model. Our loss of funding has come because of the overall reduction in Title I funding at the federal level. Now, again, I don't think Pam's in here right now, but the last I saw for the appropriations for the coming federal fiscal year, which would be the 20 fiscal year, was a slight uptick. Do you remember how much, Jeff? Nationally to Title I funding. So we should obviously have a proportional increase in South Carolina of Title I funds. But again, we're not in isolation as to how it's determined our poverty level.
Right.
It's done the same way as every other district in the state, which then divvies up the state's portion of Title I funds to the local district.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised that you think that it's likely to see a small increase, because it seems like the trend is just going the other way. So
And it
that's
has
good
been
news.
for several years, but there is a slight increase this year. And as you all know, of course, the number of you have been on the board for a number of years, and some of you had experiences with the district prior to that. Even when a Title I funding allocation stays stagnant, it buys less from one year to the next for a couple of reasons, one being the cost of things go up, and the cost of personnel goes up. Now, schools are pretty adept at putting their least expensive personnel in Title I, so that's another way the general fund and you all are carrying Title I, because if you got a choice in your school to put a first-year teacher as a Title I teacher, you put the first-year teacher as a Title I teacher, and then we're paying for the more experienced teacher through the general fund. And that's been customary for a number of years, and not just here. I mean, that's a pretty typical strategy.
I understand. That wasn't my question, but it just gave me a new question. How in the heck could we...
I didn't necessarily mean to do that.
Yeah, I know you didn't mean to, but I don't know why we would move in that direction when we need our most experienced teachers with the most challenging schools. So I understand the financial push to do it, but I certainly wish we could work against that.
Well, it doesn't affect the teachers in the school. It affects where the teacher in the school is paid. In other words, they take a more experienced teacher in their school, and they're paying that out of their general fund allocation, and they're taking a less experienced teacher and paying them out of Title I.
That's a much better
They're getting double.
situation than I thought you said at first. Okay, so back to two quick questions. When you mentioned that we had to cut back on the instructional time available, one of the slides on reform strategy was providing more instructional time before and after school.
Yes.
Could we go back to that for just a minute and tell me what we've lost there in terms of additional instructional time? Because I know that part of our early literacy and reading strategy is to do the opposite of cutting back, but to add.
So we've maintained our before and after school programs. Our schools have worked to consistently administer a model for delivery in the after school programs, but we did not reduce that. Our work with the communities and schools, we've continued that work. We increased our summer school allocation by putting it back at the district level and then in our direct student services grant. But we did not reduce the services for after school.
Great. And the last thing is, you mentioned the 12,000 ELL, and I know that we have students from all over
the world
coming here, but I know that at one point, we had 5 of our schools that had just a tremendous number of Hispanic students. 5 of our Title I schools, I don't know what.
Yes.
That number may have increased now, that over a certain percentage in the school were Spanish-speaking families. And I just wonder if we have used any of our Title I funding to continue to make sure that we have people in the schools who are Spanish speakers and are able to bring in family connections through that bridge to the education of the whole family.
Yes, the schools actually have parent involvement facilitators, and they will include a Spanish-speaking parent involvement facilitator as someone who can assist in calling the parents, making the contacts, and being a part of the parent meetings to translate.
Great. Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
an awesome job.
Thank you, Dr. O'Connor.
Thank you so much. Let me get this on. Mrs. Goodwin Caldwell.
Thank you, Dr. McDonald.
Your passion is flowing through the microphone.
I see. But on the slide where you have that the eligibility changed, I thought I heard Dr. Royster say that the whole state changed. It says GCS switched to CEP. Did the whole state switch to CEP, or was it just Greenville County?
In 2016, districts were given the option, and Greenville County conducted a study, and in 2016-17, they made a switch in Greenville County. And they did that in advance of the whole state. For 2018, the whole state is on community eligibility.
Did that have, with the money, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to anticipate your question. It did not adversely affect the
That's
amount
what
of
I
money we
wanted to
got. I
ask.
thought that might be where you were going. In fact, we were very careful about that. Mr. Knotts is nodding his head back there. We did a very few schools first. I don't remember how many, Jeff, 3 or 4? As sort of a test to make sure it didn't have an effect.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't, and we went to the district-wide community eligibility program. Because of the shift in how the state determines poverty, it now has zero effect because it's determined by Medicaid, do they still call it TANF?
TANF, yes.
SNAP. By participation in those programs, that's how your poverty rate is now determined by the state of South Carolina.
And
So-
not just the free reduced.
So it really, free and reduced doesn't impact it at all anymore. In fact, now, I believe that there was legislation this year that would have required you to publicly say, the board, to publicly say why we weren't a community eligibility school district. Isn't that right, Jeff? That's correct. Of course, we didn't have to do that because we already were one. But apparently the benefits have been so great throughout the state that the legislature put in place a requirement that if your school district was not using the community eligibility model, you had to go on the record publicly, your board of trustees, and say that you weren't doing that.
Okay. I have one more question, and it was about the social workers.
Yes, ma'am.
It says right here that 2.0 is district funded. Why did that switch from, you added 2 on the district level. We only had 16 and now it's 18.
Yes, we were planning to add 2 in the Title I budget. However, when we received our budget and it was less than anticipated, we approached our superintendent to say this was something that the principals prioritized. We could see the need. We were willing to give up the 4 nurses, but we still would not have enough funds to cover. So Dr. Royster spoke with Mr. Knotts, and they were able to work the funding for this year to make sure we did get those 2 in.
So who is doing what the 4 nurses were doing now? Is it the nurses at the schools, or who's taking over their duties?
Well, we really looked at that as probably a change that we should have made in previous years. As we mentioned in an earlier presentation, we staff nurses based on acuity. So if the workload is too much based on our nursing department's analysis, if the workload is too great for one nurse in a school, they may have 1.5. They may have 2. They may have 2.5. Depends on the type of services and the time consumed for the type of services they have to deliver, a lot of which may be driven by IEP. So because we're basing that on acuity already, which is obviously the demand for service, there really was not a need for Title I to pick up additional nurses because we're going to pick them up based on the need, which changes every year. So we have a varying number of nurses every year. Every school has 1. Some of the special centers obviously have more than 1 as a base, like Washington Center. But then each year we have additional nurses based on the medical conditions that present themselves in particular schools that year. So we pick that up from there, and through moving those and doing some other shifting around, we were able to ensure that every Title I school has a dedicated social worker without diminishing the number of overall social workers in the district at the district level, which, as you know, would be supplanting. So this ensures each Title I school has a social worker.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all. This is really helpful, and it's really incredible what we can do, particularly in light of how our funding continues to be cut. And I think my colleague's point that we do not have less kids in poverty, we just count them differently is a story that I think this board needs to really make sure that we're sharing with the community, because these kids still have need, whether they fit a specific box set by the federal government or not. So just a couple of questions, because these are things that I've always thought I understood, but maybe I don't. So I just want to make sure that I do. So when you see the list of schools that are Title I schools, there are no high schools on this list, although there are schools where there are large percentages of kids who are in poverty. Is that a choice that this district has made, not to have high school Title I schools?
So several years ago, the district made the decision not to have high schools technically classified as Title I. There have been 2 high schools that qualify as Title I. You're allowed to not qualify those schools if the district will provide the same resources that they would have acquired under Title I status. So about 10 years ago, where's Randall or Jeff? About 10 years ago, that decision was made. And so we have maintained that level of funding in accord with how much would be required by Title I to ensure that those 2 schools, which are Berea and Carolina, have the resources that they would have if they were officially qualified as a Title I school. And then they go through the same process to ensure that those resources are expended in accord with the Title I rules as if they were a Title I school, if that makes sense.
So what is the advantage to our district not to designate those schools as Title I schools?
Well, there are 2 advantages. The first advantage is a monetary advantage. That total amount that we got would remain the same, and it would be divided among more schools and more students.
Okay.
Secondly, in a secondary consideration that doesn't any longer exist, at the time that decision was made, you would have been required to provide district-funded transportation and choice out of those schools.
Okay.
And I think there was a concern at what impact that might have on the remaining students in those schools. That's no longer a requirement.
So there's not a negative financial impact to a high school that isn't designated as Title I because we're offsetting it with local funds. And there's a positive financial benefit to the elementary and middle schools because the pool is now larger for funds that are available to them than would be if the high schools were in that pool. Is that
yes, sir?
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When we look at some of these schools that are Title I schools, are the on-track schools that have participated in the community-wide on.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Without objection, I will extend for 15 minutes.
Look,
30 now. I'm joking. Lisa raised her hand too. Just joking. 15 minutes. Continue.
So looking at the Title I schools, I know several of these schools are part of the On Track program.
Yes.
And the district has now expanded On Track to several other schools that are on this list that weren't part of the original kind of On Track model.
Correct.
So when we look at individual schools having local decision making, I didn't see a breakdown that said like this is what Duncan Chapel is spending its funds on, this is what Montague is spending its funds on. Like, have any of the schools that are now having On Track added to them used their Title I funds to add the interventions that are available at these On Track schools that aren't available at all the other schools? So I'm thinking about things like the summer program with Bell or the communities and schools programs, or I know PEP isn't doing their enrichment program anymore, the health providers. Like, are any of these schools learning anything from these On Track interventions and embedding those services within their schools?
With communities and schools, they are. And then if you looked individually at the number of interventionists that are provided, behavior interventionists based on the needs displayed through the EWRS system, again, instructional specialists. Nurses, we do not have schools that have added the health care to their sites in the past couple of years, but they have put individuals in charge of the on-track monitoring for academics, which other schools who are not Title I do not have, and providing those supports. This year, all of our schools will be entering the data into the system, and we'll be able to see how this additional support in Title I schools impacts the students' growth.
Okay.
But yes, they have additional interventionists and behavioral specialists to help support EWRS.
Okay.
I think one of the other things that we're seeing in this is that on-track helps to bring a more focused utilization of the existing Title I resources they have.
Yes. And again, as they begin entering it into the system, we'll be able to measure that impact more clearly.
Okay. I guess the other side that it seems like one of the lessons that, at least as I hear in community meetings about on-track, one of the lessons learned is this idea that it's these auxiliary supports, both school district auxiliary supports and community auxiliary supports that are allowing kids to be pulled out as they have individual needs. So additional reading coaches or math coaches or additional health and human services folks that can pull kids out of a classroom and provide individualized opportunities for them seems to be where the success with on-track seems to be most strong. And so it appears like as you look kind of just generally that's the direction that many of the Title I schools are moving towards. Is that correct? Kind of moving away from this kind of blanket class size reduction is going to solve this to individualized, targeted supports.
They are doing targeted supports for students, and what you don't see here is in their presentations to the assistant superintendents, each will list their programs of community supports that come in and work with their students, and some have been incredible. We want them to expand on that, so like the parent liaisons will be helping to set up the mentoring program, the volunteer tutors, and they're continuing to expand on those targeted supports. But where Title I can also help is that when you're doing the interventions, having a specialized program that everyone's received professional development on, training, and it monitors and tracks student progress, that's the type of thing they're able to do, is that you said target the support. And they aren't doing the blanket things, they're looking for very specific items in which they can demonstrate and show how it's providing performance support towards their school-wide goals for individual students. What you will see when the data is presented is that each of our Title I schools in 2017-18, with monitoring and tracking and targeting those, did show academic growth in every Title I school. So we're excited about the potential for the upcoming year.
I think it was mentioned in here too, and it might have gotten lost in because there's a lot of detail in here. One of the things that has also helped with Title I schools, even though they've gone through this period of overall funding reduction, one of the things that they spent money on for several years were interventionists for reading. And Jeff, 3 years ago, we recommended you all approve the funding of reading interventionists at all schools based on a threshold of test score data related to their reading ability, and added some resources to that 2 years ago because we had a larger number qualify. And just like any other allocation from the district, there is no reduction made to Title I schools. In other words, they're getting their reading interventionist at the rate that they show an evidence need for it. Now, simply because they're a Title I school, they're probably going to evidence a higher need than some of our other schools. So they're getting that assistance from the general fund, which would then allow them to absorb some of that reduction in overall Title I funding, would also help them to be able to redirect some of the money they might have been spending on reading intervention, either to intervention at the next tier of students that need help, or to put into place some of those things that we have learned from on-track implementation that are valuable to student success.
Okay. I see and one of the plans was an increase in funding for the summer programs.
Yes.
And I remember from earlier presentations that the Title I extended day programs, that we're actually seeing some successes from it in producing gains for kids, particularly because it's free and it's targeted towards students who are invited to be a part of it. Correct?
Yes.
Have we seen an increase, a decrease, about the same level of funding in investment of Title I dollars into after-school programs across the district from last year to this year?
From last year to this year, it remains consistent?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we are still able to, even though we've experienced a cut in funding, to continue to provide those after-school services that were already existing in our Title I schools?
Yes, not every Title I school has done it, but yes, that's by design. Those that have seen the growth and results, they have continued that strategy.
The last question I have, and you mentioned it, so I think that I understand the answer, but one of the things that I have really appreciated about this district of our size is that we give a lot of flexibility to principals to implement strategies that they think are most appropriate for the community that they represent. And I heard you mention that you've seen gains in these interventions. I imagine that some of these interventions have produced more significant gains than others. Where is there an opportunity for principals to learn from one another about the gains one may be seeing somewhere that maybe they haven't experienced because they haven't been to that other school to kind of see those maybe innovative practices? How can they learn from that and implement it at their own shop?
The assistant superintendents monthly in their breakout sessions allow the principals to share effective strategies. So for example, when Montague was, before the test scores even came back, when Montague was experiencing success in their benchmark projections, Mrs. Bird asked Montague to share some of the strategies around coaching and the strategies in reading and math that they were implementing and getting support from our academic specialists. And that was very productive, so they were able to share. This school year, we continue to have the consistent academic specialists who go from one school to the next, and they're sharing consistent practices in ELA and in math. We will also, after each academic principal IC meeting, we will also have a support session for Title I schools. That includes time with the academic specialists to discuss their implementation strategies, things that are successful, and have us to have a sort of learning from each other about what works.
In addition, Mr. Lewis, just to add one thing on to your point about best practice in the schools, one of the things with, I think we may have mentioned this earlier, with the SREB grant that we got as far as moving all teachers to that next level, really from proficient to exemplary. One of the things that all principals and instructional coaches will have the opportunity to do is participate in instructional rounds around the district. So they'll actually, every principal will be in some school. And there will be some choice in that, so they could choose schools that are a little bit more like them, maybe, but they'll actually be in the schools for half a day, really looking at what practices and how they're being implemented in the actual schools. And we've done that in the past, not that wide scale before, but that's a strategy we're using in some of those academies Karen talked about, Ms. Cap earlier, with LEAD and ILA. All of those folks go through those instructional rounds, to your point, to be able to see it actually in action in a school.
Thanks. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Ms. Bush?
Excuse me, yes. So we went to this system in 2016?
Yes.
And I noticed in here in 2016 that Slater Marietta was on the list, and then 17, 18 is not on the list.
Right.
So tell me what happened in Slater Marietta that I missed.
Slater Marietta, when we do the poverty rankings, so when we look at individual schools, Slater Marietta has always been on the cusp of support. And for example, this year, last year they moved down so that we would actually have had to pick up another school before we would pick them back up. And then this year, we are two schools.
And also, Channel Creek had a higher poverty ranking in that year than Slater, so that put them higher than Slater.
Okay. All right.
And for the present year, I think there are two schools ahead of them, so we'd have to pick up two more schools before picking up Slater Marietta. So it's the same, everybody plays by the same rules of ranking, but with their poverty and their numbers, the shift happens, and so they fell lower on the priority list.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. Ms. Morrison Fair?
Hopefully this is a quick question. I was not aware that we gave support to the private schools, St. Anthony and Fuller Normal. What's our relationship with them, and how do we actually support them?
Do you want to answer?
Great question. We basically we're required to serve all of our Title I private schools in our district. And what we have to do annually is go about and solicit out to all of our private schools in our area to see if they were willing to participate. So for the past couple of years, we've had St. Anthony and Fuller Normal to participate. And they go through the exact same process as our Title I schools. We go out and meet with them. We look at their needs. We develop a needs assessment. We assess what they're doing currently in their private school, and then we develop a plan in which we would basically serve them as we would do with our regular public schools.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Wells?
Thank you. I really do feel off my game in this chair. I can't. It's just hard. So I'm looking at the positions, and I'm trying to kind of get my head around the amount of support we're getting out of Title I funds. So when I look at the district set-aside funds, we have, so for 18 schools, right? 18 Title I?
17 this year.
Okay, all right. So for 17 Title I schools, we have 26 what I'll call instructional specific positions at the district level.
Yes.
So academic specialist, instructional facilitator, literacy facilitator. So 26 people that work in the district office that support 17 schools.
I would say the term working in the district office would be misnomer. The middle school 3, they are assigned to their schools. They are working in the middle schools 100% of the time. The Title I academic specialists at the elementary level, they are rotating on a daily basis and spending full days at a time, booked for months at a time in the Title I schools. With the 3 ELA literacy specialists, for example, they have each 5 schools to serve. And so to meet the needs of 5 different schools, those 3 people go out and they follow up with our focus initiatives they meet with, and they spend up to 1 day a month, 1 day a week in the building, sometimes a half day, and that's for our academic specialist team meeting in which we meet and plan. But everything else they do happens in the schools.
Okay.
And that is the expectation.
Okay. So those academic specialists, they work in the Title I schools, and then our other academic specialists don't go to the Title I schools at all.
They do go to the Title I schools.
Okay, all right, well, that's what I thought. So that's just another layer. We have academic specialists that the district provides that we send to all our schools. In addition, you have extra ones that you send. And I'm going to simplify this just because I'm trying to get my head around the impact. So then at the school level, when you look at FTEs that we have that are not in the classroom,
yes,
but aren't reducing class size, I think was the way, if they're not there, we have what I counted to be rounding 53 positions, plus or minus, that are in the school, not a classroom teacher, but providing other supports for 17 schools.
Did you include the interventionists?
Excuse me, I'm going to extend for, how long are you going to need?
I mean, I got
10 minutes.
It's just some simple math. It should be easy. But so yeah, I include the interventionists, instructional coaches, parental involvement coordinators, and behavioral interventionists.
Okay.
So 53 people that are in the building that are not leading a classroom, that are providing supports. And granted, some of these, I guess, interventionists and behavior interventionists are working with students.
Directly with students.
Instructional coaches and parental involvement coordinators are not.
Right? The instructional coaches meet they help to provide the ongoing professional development and support.
Okay, but even that is in addition to the instructional coaches that the district provides,
yes,
one for every school, and the reading interventionists that the district provides for every school. Yes. So I guess I'm having a little bit trouble understanding how the doubling up or tripling up of people, the academic specialist piece and the instructional coach piece, how that's the most effective model to get students further along in their instruction versus saying if you had 10 kids in a classroom and you put one person with them who's highly qualified, that would get your gains. So if all those numbers are correct, and I understood that correctly, my question would be, can you use Title I funds for supplementing teacher salaries in a Title I school so that perhaps if you get a higher, I don't want to say higher quality, but if you get teachers, if you get the best of the best teaching these students, then maybe they wouldn't need an academic specialist helping an academic specialist, helping an instructional coach who's helping an instructional coach in all those pieces. Can you do that? Can you supplement salaries to work in Title I schools?
The answer is yes, but I'm going to take exception to your description of that. I think Mr. McCoy can share with you and the rest of the board the effectiveness of those instructional specialists that we've had in working with the focus schools, both Title I focus schools and our other focus schools that have struggled with academic achievement, and can show you improvement in the results. We did in several years past offer additional pay for teachers in Title I schools. It did not have the desired effect. Now, whether it might have the desired effect today, I don't know, but at the point that we did that, I think it was it $3,000 to $5,000, Jeff, do you recall?
I think, 5 was the top end.
How long ago was that?
In targeted subject areas, it was 5 years ago.
I think it was 5 to 6 years.
It was at least 6, because it was.
I don't remember it, yeah.
Maybe Dr. Fisher's last year, so 6 going on 7 years. So we did do that. It did not produce that desired effect, but yes, that can be done. In many cases, I think, and Mr. McCoy can better describe this than I can, but I think in a lot of cases they choose an instructional specialist to complement or supplement the one that they have. If the one they have is an expert in reading, for example, or leans more toward the math or science side, then they may choose someone on the other side to work with teachers in improving math scores if their instructional coach, their primary coach, is focused on reading or their background is reading. The other people that show at the school level are either delivering direct services to students, like behavior interventionists, or the Title I facilitators who have become the community liaison. I think going back to a question, I don't remember who asked that question. Somebody asked a question earlier about having individuals that were bilingual utilizing Title I funds, and really the place to employ those individuals is as a Title I facilitator, because there is not a particular certification required for that position. As you know, it's extremely difficult to find a certified teacher that is bilingual. In fact, we exhaust most of our efforts to find them by having the personnel in place to operate Blythe, the immersion program there, what we do at the middle schools to follow through with that immersion program, and the need that we have for subject area certified Spanish and French teachers at the secondary level. So that is a means by which to bring in someone who's bilingual, but generally speaking is not a certified person, to help become that contact, that nexus out with the community. That also helps in going back to the point that was made earlier in the role that counselors have. While these individuals are not certified counselors and they can't carry out counseling functions, they can carry out many of the support functions that enable us to connect families with the resources in the communities, in the school, whether that be a mental health counselor or some other community agency. It helps facilitate many of those things that we learned as being successful in the On-Track initiative.
So you're talking about that's the parental, that's the 13.7 parental involvement coordinators at the school district level, right? Not the 18 or not the 15 at the district level?
Those are the school level ones. For example, Montague.
Put that back up.
Montague
please.
has 64% of their students are English learners. So they have a parent involvement facilitator who assists the teachers and the office in working with the students. So that particular one is well used, and I think he was looking at a way of differentiating some support for the students even in his with his ESOL program. But that's the type of specialized service we have. Alexander has 54% of their population, over half of English language learners. Lakeview, 55%. So when you have these larger populations of students who don't speak English, you need to find that non-certified person to come in and be that liaison with parents. Otherwise, you'd be very limited sometimes in what we could do to communicate with the students and their families. And communicating with families is one of the key tenets of one of the 4 key tenets of the Title I program.
Okay, so, and I wasn't trying to create a fence, Dr. Royster. It was just more along the lines of knowing how difficult it is to be a Title I, to be a teacher in a Title I school, knowing what they're dealing with, and looking at, knowing that our district has great, we provide instructional coaches, we do provide reading interventionists, we provide those things, then, it just seems like it could get in a small, because most of these schools are also small, so it seems like if you're putting, I forget what I figured out, 5 or 6 or 7 more staff in the building that aren't in the classroom. It's just a question, is it better to consider whether we should raise the salaries for the people that are working in those situations to keep them there?
I think what you'll find, too, with that, and unless there be some misconception too, when I talk about the academic specialist, for example, my math specialist who serves all 51 elementary schools, so her input to Alexander, for example, is going to be very minimal. I mean, she may be there one time that year. Her impact is more getting the math department together, the Title I specialists together, and working out a plan of attack on what they're seeing commonly. So her direct service to that school, just like it is in any other school, many times is not regular because she can't cover 51 elementary schools effectively in that. So the Title I specialists, the academic specialists, are really the ones in there day to day, and they don't necessarily coach instructional coaches. Their really role is to go alongside the instructional coaches in those schools to do those coaching cycles that we're focused on right now. Those coaching cycles to really build teacher capacity. So even instead of moving, say, a veteran teacher, of course we love to have veteran top teachers in the Title I schools. We also know that's hard to attract. And we're really focused on making the current staff we have in those schools who want to be there the experts in their building. I think you'll see in the data next month when we present it, especially from our focus schools. Some of our focus schools that we work with this year had some of the highest gains and test scores. And really that has to do with the fact that we're actually focusing on building the quality of that teacher in the classroom. But that does take an incredible amount of time.
To your point, then once you've done that, are we keeping them? I haven't looked at what the attrition rate is and what your turnover rate is in your Title I schools, but it's pretty
fairly
high. Right,
yeah, and so there is a lot of that. You end up starting over sometimes with teachers, absolutely. Yeah. And they do have, with the interventionist side, one of the things we'll probably, I don't want to say never change, but it is difficult. At the Title I schools, they do have a higher rate of students coming into, let's say, kindergarten, the early grades that are unprepared for school. So where one interventionist might be fine in, a Bethel Elementary or a school that's a little bit higher socioeconomic status, in the schools that's not the case, there's a higher rate of those students coming in. And so many times they need more resources to be able to support the number of students.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Sailors, if he would address.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is going to take about 20 minutes plus building and grounds. Is there any objection if we take a break now for lunch? Okay, hearing none. Thanks, Coach. Hearing none, we will return back in session at 1:15. Thank you. If we could call the committee of the whole back to order, and I'll turn it back over to Mrs. Levinas Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Sailors. 3.03 hiring report. Dr. Royster.
Thank you, Ms. Levinus Wells. As we have traditionally done, we provide a summary hiring report in early fall covering the employment that took place in the preceding several months as we ramp up new school year, both replacing employees who have left for various reasons, retirement, transfer, other issues that may cause them to leave. I think it's a good time to note, and I don't believe it's in the hiring report, because this is not a report about necessarily about retention, but this was brought home to me particularly in the last week or so as we had several meetings around teacher retention. The superintendent's group did. We ranked number 74 out of 81, I believe, in teacher retention. The higher the number ranked, the better. Our turnover is around 8%, which is way below the state average, and is in fact among the lowest turnover rates of any district in the state. Now, a lot goes into keeping that number low, and although, as I said, this is not the focus of this report, I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we go forward with anything to do with personnel. As it becomes more difficult to hire employees, it is increasingly important to retain those good employees. So, Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I will first recognize and say to you, happy birthday. And it's also Ms. Gibbs' first day back at work, after, as you all know, she's been out on leave. So we appreciate her coming in today to share this report with you.
That's right. I told Dr. Royster my mom and sister I wasn't sure what day this week I was going to come back to work, so they sent me a picture where they were having lunch downtown for my birthday without me. So that was real kind of them, right? So we're talking about Goal 2 of the strategic plan. This actually is the new Goal 2. The old Goal 2 was ensure quality personnel in all positions, which I think applies. Just want to, there's a lot of information on the report. I'll just hit some of the highlights and see if you have specific questions. For last year, some of the HR highlights were being able to recruit and hire substitutes year-round. You know, you graciously gave us a position to work with substitutes, and we were able to not just hire between hiring teachers, and that was a big push for us last year and real successful. We now have 2 full-time employee relations representatives, and that has helped us a lot. We added to the GATE program, in addition to math and science, foreign language. We participated in an event called SCOUT, which is South Carolina Outreach for Upstate Teaching, which was a group event between the Anderson 5 districts and the Greenville and Oconee and Pickens County for teacher recruiting. We wondered at the time, would it be good to be at the same recruiting event with our competition, but we decided to participate, and we're glad that we did, because we were there selling ourselves at the same time those other districts were. We participated in a Teach 864 event that the Greenville Drive and Public Education Partners to recognize and celebrate teaching, and then they had an encore event on Labor Day. We had our first Master Teacher Institute, which Karen mentioned, with 11 folks for this new Clemson program. We received a $200,000 grant from the Southern Regional Education Board to support our teacher evaluation program, which will include some student-centered coaching model. And this year, I think you will remember, we have approval from the board to pay 3 extra professional development days for first-year teachers. And for one of those days this year, we were able to bring in a national speaker, give all of our new teachers a book, which was 101 answers for new teachers and their mentors, and it was really a very successful event. Some things that we are working on for this year, we have 6 teachers that have master teachers assigned to them from Clemson that are doing their full year replacement for traditional student teaching. We're working with a local veterans group to get some pipeline for troops to teachers as another recruiting tool. We are reevaluating our hiring process through a project to look at the customer experience and how can we make that better. We really did a lot of work, Renee Castor and my group, on the substitute training. Heard a lot of positive feedback for subs feeling better qualified and prepared to go into our classrooms. I mentioned this grant for the teacher evaluation program. We are the only district in South Carolina that has our own teacher evaluation program. We had I think it's been more than 10 years we've been able to do our own. They added a component to the state teacher evaluation that we needed to mirror, so we're doing some work with that this year. We're looking at revising the performance assessment for instructional coaches. And then this is our 10th year that we have done some training for operational leaders, and this year 2 of these will be crucial accountability and emotional intelligence. So we're just going to talk about Shining Stars will be on March 4th, and the Scout event will be on January 26th, so we already have those as targets for recruiting. This, I won't get through all the numbers, but we processed 2,109 hires and rehires last school year. We managed, it's kind of astronomical to me sometimes, 153 orientations, and we had 7,348 new people apply for jobs, but a total of 39,277 applicants. So I could be a teacher and I could apply to 50 jobs, you know, if I was coming into Greenville County, or I could be an internal candidate and apply to multiple jobs. And we average about 287 employees out per month with medical leaves, military leaves, and those type things. And our employee relations representatives last year had 301 contacts with employees to work on issues or concerns. And we recertified 1,013 teachers. Now that work where you talked about recertification points that you have to get, we have, if you're a current teacher with us, we have to assess that those points qualify and send that information to the State Department of Ed. And then we had 191 student teachers and 529 practicum placements from students of education programs in the upstate. This is just a little bit, some of these crossover with some of Karen's training things that we've done. I mentioned the quarterly training for supervisors of hourly employees. There are about 205 of those that participate each quarter. And then we also had representatives from HR who presented a program on how not to lose a teacher in 10 days for SCASA and the FYI conference that was through the CATE department of the State Department of Ed. On the hourly front, which is to me one of our bigger challenges these days with 3% unemployment in Greenville, I think it's the toughest year that I've seen for us in recruiting custodians and food service workers because of the competition for people to work in the upstate. So we have a monthly job fair, at least a month, sometimes 2. We go to Lifelong Learning every Friday and be available to help people that are taking their work keys test. We work with Goodwill and a number of other places in order to keep our applicant flow up for these work groups. We also had a project using Six Sigma tools that we were able to decrease the time it takes for a bus driver from the time they apply till they can start their training, and we decreased that from 93 days to 21 days. And then some cases we can do that in under 21 days. And now at our job fairs, we have the capacity to put your driver's license number in and go ahead and tell you right then and there, will you be able to meet the qualification to be a bus driver. If you're not going to qualify just based on your driver's license, then you don't need to proceed through the next steps. We also, I've mentioned that Shout and Signage Stars and the Gate. We have a program that we've had every year for the last few years called Ignite the Future, where we have a recruiting event for our student teachers. We continue to work with teacher cadet programs in our schools to try to get and maintain students who are interested in teaching. And you will see it now, billboards, not just for bus drivers, but billboards for the GATE program. We had SC Create is a way for people who have perhaps elementary certification to add special ed certification. We had 19 job fairs we attended at in-state colleges and 24 out-of-state. And I was, we've reevaluated where we're going out of state. And for example, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York are producing more teacher graduates than a lot of other states. And so those are states we go to because those people might not get jobs in those states, and we can attract them to come to Greenville. This is just starting with teacher cadets, working with our student universities and student teachers to do in-district recruiting and in-state recruiting and out-of-state to be able to hire our teachers. We also, last year, when we're out of state, if we find a candidate and our principals have a need, we are able to connect them with Skype that day and go ahead and have the principals meet some of the candidates up front. On the administrative side, we have hired 12 directors or principals. 2 of those had ethnic diversity for 16.7%, and we hired 30 assistant principals. 20 of those moved from administrative assistant to AP, and 2 were new to the district. 5 of those were diverse. And our teachers hired for this school year, we hired 674 teachers. And of that group, 87% had ethnic diversity, which is an improvement over what we had last year. And we'll show those percentages in a minute. Particularly the increase in Hispanic and Latino teachers is a plus. And we have had some concentrated efforts on trying to reach out where those candidates might be. The other thing is our alternative programs, like GATE, have increased the diversity through there are more diverse candidates in GATE and PACE than there are in traditional education programs. And you will see we also have 5 international teachers that we have hired through international companies that work with us to place teachers. And this is a chart that shows our percent diversity hiring, I guess, for the last 8 years. And we're up this year over where we were last year. Things that we have done in response to the teacher shortage. We started hiring teachers in January. We interview our student teachers and hire them early. We looked at expanding our recruiting efforts in and out of the district. Dr. Royster gave us the opportunity to offer open contracts in critical needs areas. So if our recruiters were out and saw an excellent special ed candidate or excellent math candidate or excellent science candidate, then they were making those offers even though we might not know which school would have those openings. Our principals have networked and attended teacher recruitment events with us. Expanding GATE to foreign language was a positive. This SC Create to help us with special ed. Talked a little bit about some of the advertising we've had to do. And then we have had, in a couple isolated cases, used proximity learning, which is a teacher is by video conference with their classroom, and we have an aide at the school. And we've done that in one particular case at Riverside, where we had trouble with Riverside High finding a qualified German teacher. I also would say another byproduct of being able to hire substitutes all year was, as people move to Greenville and they know they've missed kind of the hiring cycle, they've come in as substitutes, then Renee Castor has been able to pass those candidates along to our teacher recruiters, and some of those people we have even been able to hire during the year we had openings develop. Teacher cadets, like I mentioned, we are trying to get more involved and follow those people, and we have had our staff at local colleges and universities to speak. We have hosted events for some of the alternative certification, and we have gotten lists from all of the college and university career centers for teacher prep programs, and we continue to use social media. One of the things we've learned is that when you go to a program like GATE, you cannot recruit for GATE through a traditional education program at a school, because those candidates are graduates in other areas. So a lot of that is word of mouth and the alumni associations at schools and getting that word out about that program and hosting a number of events. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. I think that was a report well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll turn this back over to Mr. Sailors.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into the building and grounds portion of today's agenda, and Mrs. Morrison Fair will be leading that.
Thank you so much, Chairman Sailors. Hopefully this will not take very long. Dr. Royster, do you have any comments?
No, Ms. Morrison Fair, and I don't know that Mr. Mills necessarily has any comments, but would answer any questions that you have.
Wow. We don't have any questions? Okay. Mrs. Bush.
I have a question. I'm not sure. I know this is not for the school district to do, but I have made calls, and I know some community members have made calls, but the road next to Berea Elementary School had some, was repaved over the summer, and the crosswalk, so the crosswalk was covered up, and the county hasn't redone the crosswalk there for the students. And I've gotten several calls, and I was like, well, the school district doesn't really, we don't go out and paint crosswalks, and I give all of them the number to call, and I've called, and I just thought, well, maybe if the district called and said, look, and they told me, they said, it's on the schedule, and I was like, can you tell me when? Well, no, we can't, but we always go in afterwards. And I was like, if it's spring, it's going to be a little bit late for the kids that are.
I know that Mr. Mills, they have a particular contact that they work with for that kind of thing, and we'll make sure they follow up.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we'll take care of that.
Ms. Goodwin Caldwell.
Terry, update on Carolina High, the shade structure. Is it ahead of time, on time?
We're still expecting to have it installed early next month. We expect to get the shade structures being fabricated, and we haven't been told that we're going to get it any sooner than the end of the month. And it's going to be about a week to put it up.
The end of October?
Well, I think we should have it up hopefully in the first half of October, if not before.
Oh, okay. And the water situation to the softball?
I think it's being installed this week.
Okay. So they should be able to utilize it?
Hopefully next week. Only thing needed to be done was to get the meter box put in. We were waiting on Greenville Water to get their portion done. Mm-hmm. The service line to the building itself is in place. We just need to make the tie-in.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Last call for building and grounds questions. Mr. Sutton.
Mr. Mills,
Yes, sir.
on the lead sports lighting at practice field,
Yes, sir.
we've got 7 listed here. Have you already done the other 7?
No, sir, we only had 7 that were required for us to light a sports field. The other schools had a lighted sports field.
They have an LED for sports field.
No, sir, they're not LED. They are just going to be the traditional lighting fixtures that we had before this. We're moving forward with this. Is our first experience using LED to light these practice fields.
Are we going to look at doing the other 7 or not?
Over time, we're going to convert all of our lighting fixtures to LED. But the primary focus of this project was to provide a second lit field to the schools that did not have a second lit field of any kind.
So these 7 schools do not have a second lit field?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have no other speakers, and I will turn this portion of, building and grounds back over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison Fair. Before we adjourn, Mr. Lewis, would you like to give everyone an update on the school safety related or activities of the advocacy committee?
Sure. So we had our first meeting yesterday. Ms. Grayson's the chair of that committee, and she had to leave early for a family appointment. So the committee has scheduled a series of meetings, and Nancy, I think, is going to send those dates out to the entire board. As with the transportation committee, it's important that the board remember that while it is a subset of the advocacy committee, those meetings will be open to the entire board to participate, or if you can't participate, you can send comments and questions ahead of time, and we'll get those questions answered. And just like with the Transportation Committee, we'll regularly get out the minutes from the meeting, so if you miss one, you'll be able to kind of hear some of that feedback. So the committee met yesterday, and we're looking at a series of meetings, mostly on Wednesdays, and one meeting that will be early in the day so that we can actually participate in or attend a school that's doing one of their lockdown drills to see that drill.
Thank you, sir. Hearing no other further business to come before the committee of the whole, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion's made, properly seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Wells, you have an instructional policy meeting at 2:00? Okay. Then we stand adjourned. Thank you very much.